Afternoon. Hope you're doing well today, Chibi. Hey, Luck, how are you doing today? What are you looking for? Dino wants to work. Worth a walking health risk. Fuck am I? Ooh. Did I drink? Be serious, you have no more running water. Afternoon, right? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's been had a good weekend. Happy Monday! I'm too low. Shit. We just stop. No. I just underestimated. I overestimated how tall Chibi was. When I swapped over, so it was like, oh, there she was like, oh, so I'm like, oh, there I am. No, I'm not. I'm not here. Yeah. Hold on, let me just, I think I get a little higher. Oh. No? Yeah, Chibi. No Chibi today. Because why not?
Surprise, motherfucker!
Who did it? Queen, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I love being. I love the Chibi mod all day. So short. No squish. No squish. No squish. Well, actually, no, it feels really weird not having my jacket. It feels so weird. Yeah. We became a Chibi for today. I never said you couldn't. I'm just saying I don't know a supplier who would make a Scarlet bobblehead. There is a difference. Like, I 10 out of 10. I would buy a bobblehead of myself if it would. I would, but no, I don't know any suppliers that make custom bobbleheads. I know a guy who does custom plushies, but I don't know a guy who makes bobbleheads. No. No squish. No. Squish. I will bite you. I got sharp teeth, I'm not afraid to use them. Why are y'all like this? I know I'm short and stuff right now, but you don't need to be all squish. I will bite your fingers. I will bite them. I would have done the sounds kinky. But I was going to do the other bit, but it wasn't ready yet, so yeah. Thank you for giving me Patsy's wishes. Come on in, Thunder. What are you? I'm scared. What was that? I be a Chibi for one day, and you just want to freaking. Man, I'ma fight you. We will fight in the Costco parking lot. How y'all doing today? Hope everyone's had a good weekend. I know it's Monday, so I know they're like super mega freaking boring. I have all the reacts open for today, I think. Are these copyright? I don't think any of the copyright. If it's not copyright, YouTube's gonna give me a bonk. I don't want another bonk. I want another bonk from YouTube. Yeah, so this is actually the first time with Chibi. Chibi Mom! It's been so hard not to use this model. It's been so freaking hard. So. Y'all know today's start of sideways. Oh. Today is the start of Omithon. So we got like fancy some revamped wheels, cheaper TTS, some MoriX. Twitch being a little slow for Twitch is being Garbo. Ah! This Twitch. Oh, I am an ankle biter. That's what this pointy tooth is for. So I can professionally bite ankles. Maybe that'll fix it. I disable this. I know like mobile Twitch can be like super freaking garbage. Find out how holidays work in your work position. Hell yeah! Let's go. But with that said, it's all the with Amitan with the. If y'all are in the Discord, you already saw the graphic and whatnot. But as it turns out, some very, very, very nice souls contributed to Ko-fi before we started. So they kicked off with a little bit of a bang than I was expecting. So so here is what I need from y'all. Hold on, I need to reopen the fucking graphic. I want you guys to write the most. Have I played Terraria? I have. That's one of my favorite games. I'm notoriously bad at it, though. I would like. You should give me the most cursed thing I could post on Twitter. Like, the most cursed thing you could think of. Like, I haven't played Terraria and I don't know how long. I'm really excited for the Palworld collab. Or the Terraria collab with Palworld. PC's usually not the problem. Well, I know mobile's usually dog shit. I know, like, usually just YouTube and Twitch isn't usually a problem. Keyword, I guess, is usually. Love to see them. I love when we get video suggestions. Are you copyright? All bosses journey mode seeded 2031. You get behind that. Your lives are cool. Yeah, I'm sure. Like, no one follows me on Twitter anyway, so it's great to fucking post. I mean, probably. Yeah, I'm not really that worried, right? I've seen some other pretty cursed stuff on Twitter without being suggested stuff. Why does Chibi mod look so smug? Because I asked Swiftness at parents through her like this. It might not be smug. You got a problem? Too smug for you? Yeah, like, I really cannot wait for the Palworld Terraria collab. I cannot wait. I needed it yesterday. I want to fight the eye. What?
Dragons!
I'm gonna need a knife to stop y'all from trying to squish me. Yeah, it's Chibi model! Because the other one wasn't ready yet. So, Chibi get. Yeah, she doesn't like chibi models. She just like a cute little chibi. You're talking a lot of shit for someone in kneecap range. Your kneecaps are in very easy reach. I'm terrifying in a good way. Okay, I can work with that. I know that, this was, I'll have to pass that on to Ferris. Because, this was actually their first ever, chibi model of rig. So I will pass that along to them. Yeah! It's Mini-Me! Because I know, like, a while back, I just showed the top of my head and the queen was like, no, hold, wait. So, GB finally came today. It's also, less stressful on my computer, which is a nice bonus. Yeah, Mini Scarlet, though. Oddly, maybe a little terrifying. A little bit, anyway. Open the mouth, squish the cheeks! Be honest, because I see it too. When someone looks so realizing how he will die. Thank you. It actually hurt my face to do that expression. It actually hurt. I hope you have a good day at work, Anya. Let me grab the graphic since a lot got done. Well, we weren't officially running on the streaming side. Yeah. Assuming I pay attention to where that's saved. Versus a red vital scheme to do. These times remember I was talking before we need to really use sassy Chibi for multiple lamb. You know, I have been the amount of self-control it has taken to not use this model has been a lot. Like, I was going to, initially, I was going to use it for, like, days like marbles and stuff, but then I noticed that I was like, yeah, I'll wait to use the thing. And then just was like, oh. Was life without a little smug? Yeah, you only need a little smugness, yes. The leader of a cult now. Oh my god, what am I gonna do with y'all? Now, I'm just gonna need to, like, I'm gonna need to, like, a little picture of the little hat, the crown, and just put that on my head. For when I play Cult of the Lamb. Whoa, 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 whoa. Calm down there. Calm down there, Hanya. Calm down. We don't need to go that far. We don't need to go that far. I mean, aren't we already a cult? I'm not touching that one with the 30-foot pole. For them with a 30-foot pole color, that is. Woo! What am I going to do with you? You stop that! You stop that! You get your ass off the ground. You stop that. Hurting. Oh my god. Probably make it happen. It just wouldn't be like, I think we could do that. I think I can do that. It'll just take a little bit. But, oh god, I keep getting distracted. Reality is showing. Okay, so. Before I lose track for like the millionth time today. Since a very charitable message for your unhinged post. Wait, what's the unhinged post? Which one? Hold on. Let me get this posted to Twitter. Wait, This is fine. Second this note, oh my god. Y'all are terrible, but this is great. That's a majority, I think. I don't have my things on, so I can't see. Chat overlay. Yeah, that's like majority. You're famous. I know, I asked for unhinged message I could post in a tweet, but I wasn't expecting that for the delivery. Okay, so hey, you're gonna go over here for now, out of the way for a moment, while I post this on Twitter. Discord. Where's Twitter? There's Twitter. Who is vice cult leader? I don't know. Do I look like I have my stuff together? Do I look like I have my shit together? I'm left. I'm right. I'm on the ceiling. I'm underground. I'm all over the place. I'm just what is it? I'm just all over the place. Okay. Okay, are we keeping the U or are we making it the proper U? Let's say as henchmen. Honestly fair. No, I'm gonna keep it with the view because boy, it's not, no, it's not my typical tweet. Mods are the Golden Enforcer. Well, I mean, I guess Queen's gonna be pretty busy then. Because I don't think the other ones are here right now. This looks spelled right. This looks spelled right. That's yeah. That's the proper U. So we'll place some. Oh, killing me with that though. Okay, boom. Okay, I posted that on Twitter. Okay. Roses are red, violets are blue, like the sweeter to get to you. Aw, stop. Stop it. Alright. So.
Bruh.
Why is this like this? I don't want that. I want the actual. So. Y'all went a little crazy before we went live with some of you guys were still kind of contributing to coffee. So, which I can't do all of this today, but y'all have already gotten to. You guys are gonna be picking the movie, new alerts, community game night stuff. So, I probably won't be able to do the weird food combo until tomorrow when I, like, get paid. Yeah, you guys kicked off really, really strong. You don't do that. You not bonk my head. Oh my god, honest. Oh. Bro. Bro, you did not just go over to Twitter to go look at it. You did not. Well, I mean, it's perfect height. Like, I can stand on it. What do you mean? I can just stand on the sofa. You didn't have to look it over with you. I just saw the notification. Just like, oh, 3 notifications. I wonder who this is. This is so good already. Was just so I can be a lap cat? No. 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 You get that thought out of here. Why would I do? Why would I want that? That's too nice. That's like way too nice. I'd like to use a headcanon that she struggles to climb up stuff and she stumbles everywhere clumsily and eventually she hops into her car and struggles to dive, and I'll see her on the news. Well, joke's on you, first of all. I don't drive. Secondly, you're full of shit. Look, as long as that thing is not like probably 15, 25 feet up, I think I'll be good. I can climb it. But if we're talking like getting on like the roof of like a mall or something, we ain't doing that. From the hamster water tank. Listen, Linda. Why is it hamster? Do I look a hamster too? Do I look like a hamster? I've been compared to a squirrel, a cat, a fox, but hamster? Hamster? It's easy. Can you look hamster like to you? Does this look like a hamster to you? I don't think you've seen a hamster. Well, I've never officially been compared to a lemur, but... I want a picture. I want the freaking picture. Okay, hold up. Look like this to you? look like a hamster to you? Am not a hamster. So, to be fair, um, my original model, what is a fox? The bright red haired model with the little little bone piece in her hair. That she is a fox, 100%. A perfect match, Queen. How dare you? I'm not a freaking hamster. You. I can't do fake crocodile. I can't do fake crocodile tears. I'd mod him, but then there'd be no one to keep. Then there'd be no one to keep y'all in charge. Y'all in keep y'all behaving. Because then that means I'd have to do work, and I don't want to do that. That's so much extra work. Anya with a knife. Queen. Well, the Queen's a mod. Then there. Oh shit! I do have to get another mod. Fuck, Yushido got banned. It. Not me forgetting that my homie still freaking banned on Twitch. There are no mods? What do you mean there are no mods? There are mods. What do you mean? Mods here? I'm here. Please leave a message. Beep boop 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 beep beep boop slash. Leave a message. You're the streamer you mod for is absolutely batshit crazy. And you might need to put in the pet carrier. Me being a little extra today. What streamer versus 100 unhinged Hanyas? I think we could handle the Hanyas. I think we could handle Hanyas. Your army. Your army's just a bunch of screaming, Is that a cat? I can't tell on my screen. The Uno reverse. Oh my god. Oh my god, y'all. They're so extra. I love it. Hamster vision is rough. Hamster? Hamster? Oh, you hamster. You have the perfect upgrade. What are you? A honey badger? So like, I know a while back we watched the video about honey badgers, but I could not remember what a honey badger looks like right now. Google help honey badger. Okay, I don't think I made the criteria for honey badger. I don't think I meet that criteria. Honey badger than a skunk? I mean, maybe, but I don't know. Like, see, it's honestly like, I think skunks are absolutely fucking adorable. Okay? Also, let me grab the hydrate. An extra one because I need it. Do honey badgers have the same skunk defense? I couldn't tell you. I don't know enough about them. They're cousins. Skunk sympathizer. Look, I think they are cute and adorable. Okay? Sure, they're stinky, or they can be stinky, but they're adorable. Not to say honey badgers are not adorable, but I think skunks are more cute. Sides. I'm pretty sure, like, I'm gonna be staying as a cat for a very long time. I'm a scrappy juice sympathizer, and I think being a skunk is too fun.
What are you?
An idiot sandwich.
Fuck. I was not ready for the idiot sandwich. Have I ever heard of the skunk ape? Oh, I don't think I have. Is this gonna turn into a stream of me just looking up different animals? Is this what's happening now? Or is it like a cryptid? Skunk is a cryptid mythical creature often associated with the Everglades and other swampy areas of Florida. That is mildly disturbing. Be careful not run into Pepe Le Pew from Looney Tunes. He likes cats. Pepe Le Pew can handle this. He got nothing on this. The Bigfoot of Florida. Fair. I didn't know there was a. I didn't know that there's a Bigfoot equivalent for Florida, but like, I can't say I'm surprised. Wait, why would Florida need Bigfoot? Let's head out and go home. Okay, but I'm not a hamster! Not a hamster! Oh my god. Alright. Just keep. Oh, that's not what I want. I want this one. Yeah, I'll just show the next one. That'll work. Alright. So, I did load us up some reacts for today. We got some, Uncle Roger, we got some, I bobble. Yeah. Okay, I will find someone who makes bobbleheads. But that might take some work. Y'all went from stress balls to bobbleheads. I don't know what I'm gonna do with y'all. I've got some Uncle Roger, some Kentucky Ballistics, some Tasting History, some Fat Electrician, some Jamie Oliver, which I'm scared to look at. But I was posted in Discord, so I'm going to endure it. And then something about Dinosaur Mayhem and something that I don't remember the specifics about. Scrolling to YouTube. What about a knife with a scarlet design handle? So, and be like fully transparent here with this. Well, I think being able to like get a, I think it'd be easier to get one done like as a one-off from somebody over trying to like get a thing done in bulk. Because I know like because I know what's the company called I think it was Byron, I think, who I know who has like made knives with people, but they're very, very expensive, and they generally only work with larger creators for stuff like that, so it'd be very much too big of an ask right now. Like, I'm still trying to, like, find, like, somebody who could, like, make some standees or from acrylic stands or, like, a keychain or something. I could do stickers. I can do stickers by myself. But they'd all be like the older the emotes I currently have though. They wouldn't like I don't have proper art for emotes for like stickers for this character. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. What else? Maybe like I could do like basic, like I could do like basic stuff, I guess is the easiest way I could put it. Because like technically I could like not do background stickers. I like the Gen 1 emotes. I do too. They have a certain charm to them. They really do. But at the same time, I don't think all of those would really work well for stickers. Like, I'm sure a few of them would work out pretty well, but I know a few of them might not work out as well. Because, like, as well I could just take the emotes, make sure I double check with the Alina and make sure that I can use them for that, but part of me at the same time would feel a lot better getting some specific stuff made specifically for that occasion. So there's like stuff like stickers, just made specifically to be stickers. Since things kinda gotta be made a little bit different when it comes to like merchandising. Because of the printing and everything, so it gets a little more complicated. Like, I could do like the things like something like a cup or like a regular t-shirt, stickers. Something simple like that I could probably do through like a third party, but it still just take time and resources I don't currently have at the moment. Wait, do I even have all the Gen 1 emotes on this computer still? Two. Gen 2. Gen 1. Gen 1. From this file. Most of those I'm pretty sure I could get away with. I had to double check which ones were Gen 1. But I know I don't have all the Gen 1s on here. I am a bit partial to Gen 2's emotes. But we can definitely like later on talk more about seeing what stickers, or rather what emotes should be turned into stickers. We can talk about that later. I'm not gonna lie. If I had the resources, I would print out a the jail emote, and I would just like print it and put it with the on the, like and I would just put it on the entire glass pane on the side of my computer. That's all you crap, this poor thing, this poor my computer is not having a good time right now. We start today. Let's start with what section I want. I want this section. Yeah, we can look at the turret. That's fine. Spots in the dream mode, see if you do download record. Very cool. Kind of chaos right now. I'm on the sides of it. Genuinely. We can kick off with the Terraria video that was posted. I guess we can kick off with that one today. Oh, I am so sure I'm barely gonna get in the way. Let's go. Being short. And being just yeah, I can be over here. This works. This should be fine. I don't need this open right now. Okay. Which, the sound should work. I did spend like 5 minutes trying to make sure everything was working before I went live. So. All bosses, journey mode. No, you don't want to work. Why are you like this? You were working earlier. Who hurt you? You should be fine. I haven't played Terraria in so long. I could never imagine like actually speedrunning it. I think my least favorite boss in Terraria, not counting Moonlord, is probably actually Plantera. Like, I freaking hate Plantera. I could never do that. You don't have the blank tune control to do that. Fish run solo. No, I hate him. I hate the Duke Fish. No. Not the Duke Fish. Anything but him. I remember, like, just trying to beat Moonlord was, like, so bad. I always really like how chill the like soundtrack Terraria has, though. This Empress will light during a solar eclipse. Oh, that's rough. I respect it though. I've only done like Empress of Light and Moonlord only a few times. I haven't bought them a lot. I can say though that whenever it comes to me and the Wall of Flesh, it usually will take 9% of the time I summon him, it is by accident. Not much. A speed run of Terraria. Are you talking to friends? You love us some glowing mushrooms. Easy beef tacos with jalapeno shells. Ooh, fancy. We don't have jalapeno shells around here. How cheesy. Like the good mushroom biomes. The playthroughs are fun. I don't mind seeded runs, but sometimes I like the random factor. a really nice Zomba conga line you got there going on there. I think though, like Journey mode has a really neat, honestly, comparison to the rest of the game. I just like all the fancy stuff that Journey has. This whole boss is like over 2 hours long. Yeah, that does sound right. Stars does sound about right to do that. Especially if you're going all in on it. But I think it's also assuming you don't like have a lot of other errors happen along the way. But some seeds are just like they're not good for it. You know, I wish I would have thought of doing that to that guy. I never would have thought to do that. Are you waiting for an eclipse or something? Ah, the twins. I will say, I think Skeletron here is probably my least favorite one to fight solo. I think it's probably Skeletron Prime. It's high spawn day, second highest is a dungeon. True. Like the dungeons, but I also find them very tedious to go through sometimes. We should have Terraria Night sometime. Even if some of us are just gonna try and blow the other up. True. Journey mode does have a lot of exploits in comparison to the regular game. Storm King Silent a lot earlier than that. So, funny story, I accidentally summoned Plantera the first time I ever saw her, because I didn't know about it. So, how do I put it? Journey mode has a lot of benefits that the, regular mode of the game doesn't. And because of that, I find that Journey mode is actually easier than regular throw, yeah. But I think both are, but the thing is, I think both are fun, though. I guess I'll watch this a lot. I do not have much of a recollection of this guy. He seems very tanky, though. Only reason my Taurus is because he's played it. I had a friend in, back in high school that was, like, obsessed with Terraria. Ending Doom. Ah, yes. We love us some Doom. Especially when we know it's coming. Yes, let's blast our way down and not get caught on fire. Let's go. Hi, Moonlight. Oh, this is kind of wild to see because I usually fight him in the above ground. Like, I could not navigate this and fight him at the same time. I could never. I'm not that much of a I'm not that powerful of a gamer. This is Big Mom Legendary all over again. Well, that was short-lived. That was fun. I'm still wrapping my head around fighting Moon Lord underground. I can't wrap my head around that. No matter how much I drag, I can't make sense of it. Dude, I know if I try to fight him underground, I'm gonna get caught on every single little freaking block trying not to get freaking hit. I mean, I really struggle bad, but yeah, it was a video. I'm not that much of a gamer. Look, I try to fight Moon Lord. I'm building a giant platform in the sky to fight him on. because I ain't doing all that. I ain't doing all that. That's too much goddamn work. At this skill level, I do not have. Literal skill issue for me. It was really trippy. Also, look at my Donnie. Hope you're doing well. It's been a while. It, like those them doing the skipping the time was really freaking trippy. For me, I'm not gonna lie. Like that was a lot. It's been a while. I hope you've been well. That was so trippy. That health, even though like this isn't journey mode, but like the health, not getting hit with like, because like I think when my first attempt to beat Moonlord, yeah, it's journey mode. But even then though, like that that takes so much. Because I know for me, if I try to fight Moonlord, even now, I'm pretty sure if I try to fight him, it's going to be me winning one out of probably every 15, 20 attempts. Moonlord's just an asshole. Hookman and Dustin, hope you're doing well today. We're Chibi today. Yeah, even with like the exploits journey mode gives you, like, Moonlord's still pretty rough. Because I'm just imagining just trying to go like, especially since he's doing it underground, just trying to navigate that, and you know he's there, and you're trying not to get hit by him, and you know he has all these like ranged attacks, lasers and stuff, and it's like, why would you want to fight him down here? Why? It's so risky to fight him in such a closed area. There's so much risk getting caught on something. Just make a house with the nurse and heal tank through the fight. No, my lucky killed them. No, my lucky would kill them both. I'm not that lucky. I do have a lot of skill issues when it comes to games. Moonlord weapons though are the Moonlord drops though are so nice, but it's a lot though. Platinum points per free Moonlord. I don't think I've ever had that much platinum at any time with Terraria. Strange class fighting Moonlord solo. I usually go mage. So I feel that. I feel that so much. I still haven't decided between the Crimson and the Corruption. I still haven't decided which one I like more. I like the boss from both of them, but as a like biome as a whole, I'm not sure which one I'd like to deal with, which one I prefer. Because I do find the worm a little annoying. But I also find the brain very annoying. Moonlord's freaking rough. Yeah, the items are nice. Like I do really like the Ichor spell. Like I feel I personally I feel like that the corruption is easier to like fight. Like going like in the like deep in the underground and whatnot, but I feel like even the Crimson is more dangerous, but it's also more rewarding. Of the stuff you can get from it. Make an artificial biome, whichever I don't. Having the debuffs from both Crimson and Corruption is nice. It really is though, but that just stuff takes time though, and you also want to make sure it doesn't go like super crazy and spread into a point that you can't contain it. Because I still remember my first hard mode was the first time I got into hard mode, I didn't know what was going on because I was just trying to map out hell or whatever on the map. So and I didn't know anything about the game. I was just winging it at this point. And it was like, oh, this person holding something. Mind you, my inventory was completely full, so there was no picking this thing up or whatever. So I killed the thing. I killed the demon without thinking anything of it. And of course, guide voodoo doll falls in, and it's like, oh. And then I'm like, okay. So I'm like, okay, it's another boss. So all my NPCs die because I wasn't prepared for it. And then I go back down there, still don't know how to summon him because new to the game still. So I fully get hell explored. I build myself some little freaking platforms or whatever throughout the place, make it a little easier to go through. Resummon him, kill him, and then not realize that now that the corruption crimson and then would start spreading, but then also not realizing, hey, there's a whole new thing here now with killer unicorns and cute little pixies and a bunch of other cute possible things that might want to kill me. Oh, it was terrible. It was terrifying at first. And then the part that kills me is I had accidentally at one point I was placing sand and I didn't realize I had accidentally placed a hollowed block near the edge of the map at the time. So I accidentally also started spreading the hollow without realizing it because I didn't know anything about it. Because I was like, oh, I thought it was a regular block. And it's like, oh yeah, this entire place is not hollow. Hey, welcome in, Harley. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're extra smug today. We are Chibi. I didn't feel like being tall today. So I figured I'd use Chibi model for the first time. But man. I think ideally though, like having buttons from both the Crimson and the Corruption is the way to go though. But at least your characters are not bound to worlds, so that's one thing I've always appreciated about Terraria. That characters are not bound to world. They can be bound to modes, but not the worlds themselves. What are you doing today, Harley? After much restraint. What do you mean after much restraint? Are you going to try and flick my forehead again? Because I will bite your fingers. You little rabbit. You know what? You know what? I think once I get my some point after like I get my wisdom teeth taken care of, um I think we should totally have a Terraria game night. Just Terraria community night. At some point. After I get my wisdom teeth done. Speaking of which, where is the ibuprofen? I feel it's starting to rear up again. Again, why? What did I do to be bonked? I did nothing wrong. I'm bonked, my crack tooth's not hurt. Fuck my life. I just feel that put in my freaking work bag. I will be right back. Y'all behave yourselves for like 60 seconds. I need to go get it out of my bag. I mean, he's trying to knock the tooth out. I mean, Tricentennial Strong? What are you talking about? Okay, but like, so, oh, I'm pretty sure, don't worry, I would love to have this thing knocked out, but like, the thing is, it's all the way in the back of my mouth, And I don't think any regular, like, bonk is gonna get back there. I'm pretty sure you need, like, a full-blown punch or something to, take that out. Ooh, congrats, yeah, they finally sent me the stupid card. So I can, like, not worry about my stuff not being covered. Yay! Holy crap, it's so super expensive. That possible turning this time I have to run to Walmart try and find any bracelets and gauze because I messed up my knee. Oh, well, I'm hoping for you that you don't get anything. I've heard we got some risk tomorrow, but I haven't looked recently, so that may have changed. Citron is a car. Okay, hold on. You're telling me this Citron is a car? Let me see this thing. Wait, you want to launch cars? What? What? Why are we launching cars? Citron. Oh my god. Okay, okay. What if I spell Citron right? 'Cause apparently I cannot spell. There's some I mean, wouldn't surprise me because I feel like that's something like a lot of like really wealthy people do. Is that they'll just destroy expensive things because they have nothing better to do or spend their money on. Everything wants the insurance money. I don't really know here. I don't really know. For the show, but you can't remember it. That's fair. I wouldn't really know. I'll have to set this up later when I'm not on streams. Just switch things real quick because I don't want to get an accidental bonk from YouTube while I check this. I'm trying to avoid the YouTube bonk today if I can help it. I don't want the YouTube bonk if I can help it.
In a James.
Only 5 minutes. I don't want to play. If I want to play with YouTube right now, I'll have a warning. I don't want to like push the buttons with them. What? This one's only like less than 5 minutes, so we're gonna watch this. I'm gonna save all my thoughts for after. So I'm less likely to get things on time frame. Panache. You can't hear them. That the sounds being captured. You can hear it? Okay. Whoopsies! We just hit a building over there. No, who knows if it was important or not? Oops. Definitely did not run the math to see where it would land. No, Minnow, you cannot stay in the car. Okay, that was short enough that YouTube didn't yell at me. Let's go. Why would you want to stay in the car? Where should we aim? You know, I could think of a spot. We'd have to make sure they're not home, though. My sister's neighbors had, got the city on my sister for having a garden in the city because blah 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 blah. Yeah. I think to be the best target. Imagine if I started the hell that thing would give. Maybe, but I don't think you'd want that though. We could though, but I don't sort of think it's a good idea. Back up Walmart because of the tornado warning. Fortunately, I found the brights and buzz. I'm just glad you're okay. Like, they're so freaking rough. Like, I'm happy to say that, like, I've never had to, like, I'm not gonna say I think, like, I have been through, like, a couple tornado warnings, but I've never like had to actually. I've never had to personally deal with the fallout from the tornadoes. Although, I think it was a couple of years ago, we had one where I was at work, and I have to do some math here real quick. But, because where I work is closer to another county, so a lot of times, even like, we won't necessarily always like shelter if it specifically targets the county we're in, if especially coming from the east or the west side. But at one point there was a place, and we got lucky that it missed us, but it like there's maybe once it's where it's maybe like 25-30 minutes away that got like it got fucked up. I don't think they've they like took out like half their entire facility. It was rough. And of course we had the tornado warning at 4 AM in the morning last year, but I was just like, I'm gonna go sleep. Then it turns out I hit the town over. You wish I crashed through the gates of hell in Citroen just for shits and giggles. I mean, why not go in a Ferrari or something at that point? Like, why a Citroen at that point? Why not a Ferrari or a Lambo? Or I don't know, a Firebird. Yo, I'm gonna go check the weather now. I don't usually pay much mind to weather of the time, but now I'm curious. I know, like, oh yeah, we're in summer tomorrow, but things change around here really fast, so it's very cool to try and make people ask questions. Okay, fair point. Fair point. It looks like a neat car, though. Thursday. I'll probably. Shouldn't be too bad. It's also French, so it belongs to hell. What do you got against the French? What the French do to you? I mean, I know they had Napoleon, but I don't necessarily think that's a good reason to hate the French. I mean, like, seriously, why? I'd throw a Cybertruck if I could. I mean, I feel like we'd be better off just repurposing the materials at that point. Like, I still do not understand the, how do you put it? I don't understand the, I don't understand, like, why they thought the design of the Cyberpunk was so good for marketing it as a truck. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's universal to hate the French, even the French hate the French. I mean, why not just hate everybody equally and call it a day? I can't even tell. Yeah, I feel like if you try to like pull something with the Cybertruck, I feel like it's gonna do more damage to the truck and not actually haul the goods. I could be wrong though, but at least that's like what I think of though when I think of the Cybertruck. I thought I'd hate the French a little more, that's fine. No, I don't. I need a reason. I would need a reason to, though. Like, I just lost my train of thought. I need the train to come back, please. I think the friend who pulled off hauling with the others was stuck in snow. Isn't it the, wasn't it the Cybertruck that had the, like, little, like, coverings or whatever coming off their car? At least I think it was Cybertruck. Okay, so it was the Cybertruck. I wasn't entirely sure on that, and I like to hate on Tesla, but I wanted to make sure. I do prefer to be accurate in the information that comes out of my mouth if I can help it. The French are pretentious? I mean, everyone's a little pretentious. That's not really French exclusive. It's from another video. Oh, I see on my sidebar. What? We're gonna learn about the Romans and the ancient Romans and hosting. That's what we're gonna do. I like this idea. Try to host an ancient Roman dinner. About a half hour to take now. But yeah, we can use video now. I can go grab the meds I need to take.
Roman banquet? Of course you do. Well, there's lots to know if you want to be a good host, but first and foremost is you need a centerpiece dish, something to really wow your guests, like this ancient Roman recipe for roast flamingo. So thank you to Hungry Root for sponsoring this video as we learn how to host an ancient Roman banquet, this time on Tasting History.
I love this guy's channel so much.
Now, whether you're planning on hosting a raging bacchanal with hundreds of guests or just having a small little dinner for a few friends, it is your obligation as host to provide some exquisite cuisine. And for the most exquisite cuisine in the ancient Roman Empire, we turn to Apicius, the great Roman gourmand of the 1st century. Pliny the Elder wrote that Apicius, that very deepest whirlpool of all our epicures, has informed us that the tongue of the pink flamingo is of the most exquisite flavor. Now, finding flamingo tongue turned out to be not so easy, nor was finding a flamingo in general. I'm no longer welcome at the LA Zoo. But I was able to find a recipe for flamingo from ancient Rome from Dere Coquinaria, often called Apicius, in honor of that famous gourmand. And it says, for flamingo, pluck the flamingo, wash.
I mean, honestly, I feel his videos also make me hungry too. But at the same time, it doesn't really bother me at the same time. Because it does remind me I need to do this thing called eat sometimes. So I'll get caught up in like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go do this thing. I'm gonna go like do this, I'm gonna go do this other thing, I'm gonna go do this other thing, and then it's like I just keep going, and I keep going, and I go and go like the freaking Energizer Bunny. And then I watch what I'm doing, it's like, and my stomach's like, hey, you need to eat. And it's like, oh, right, that's a thing.
Tie and put it in a pot. Add water, salt, dill, and a little vinegar. Halfway through cooking, add a bundle of leek and cilantro and cook. When it is nearly done, add defrutum to give it color. Pound in a mortar pepper, cumin, coriander, silphium, mint, rue. Moisten with vinegar, add dates, pour over some of the drippings. Put it in the pot, thicken with starch, pour the sauce over the bird, and serve. The same recipe can be used for parrot. So should you not be able to find a flamingo, a parrot will do just fine. And barring that, I suppose you could use a goose or a duck, which is what I'm going to use. So for this recipe, what you'll need is 1 duck or goose, 2 tablespoons of salt, a small bunch of dill, a 1/4 cup or 60 milliliters of white wine vinegar, 2 leeks, a small bunch of cilantro, 3 tablespoons defrutum. This is a sweet and delicious syrup of reduced grape must, and it can still be found today under the name of sapa or saba, but it is kind of hard to find, so you can use some balsamic glaze in a pinch. Then 2 teaspoons of black pepper, 1 teaspoon of cumin, 2 teaspoons of coriander seed, and a 1/2 teaspoon of asafoetida. Sometimes known as hing, you can find this in many Indian grocery stores, and I'll put a link to where you can get it online. It is very, very pungent. The aroma is, until you cook it, and then it is like a wonderful garlicky, oniony flavor. And it is what the Romans used after they ate through their entire supply of silphium. Though there have been articles written recently that it might have been found in Turkey and I think in Greece. I've read the articles. It seems that it's probably a relative and nobody's really sure, but hopefully I get to try it one day regardless. Then 10 to 12 leaves of mint, 1 tablespoon of rue leaves. The Romans loved rue. It is a little bitter. You can buy it dried or grow it fresh, but it is an abortifacient, so if you are pregnant, don't eat the rue. Also, if you just want to leave it out, that's fine too. Then 2 more teaspoons of white wine vinegar, 1 cup of finely chopped dates, and some wheat starch if you find it necessary to thicken your sauce, which I actually did not. Now that is a lot of ingredients, rather complicated recipe, which makes me grateful for today's sponsor, Hungry Root, which takes the complicated out of cooking. Hungry Root takes care of your meal planning and your grocery shopping by recommending delicious and healthy meals geared to your tastes. Basically, you tell them what you like to eat and what your health and nutrition goals are, and then they curate recipes for you, shop for the ingredients, and ship everything to your door. You get convenience and nutrition because they do the shopping, they deliver it to your door, it only takes 15 minutes to make each meal, and Hungry Root makes sure that the ingredients don't contain things like high fructose corn syrup or artificial sweeteners and preservatives, and the meat and seafood provided are free of hormones. And they have breakfasts, lunch, desserts, snacks, everything, and wonderful dinners like this delicious chickpea penne alla vodka. And for a limited time, Hungry Root is offering an exclusive offer of 40% off of your first box, plus get a free item in every box for life. That's 40% off of your first box plus a free item of your choice for life. Hungryroot.com, my code, tasting history. And now, back to our duck who is masquerading as a flamingo. So the first thing to know about this recipe, as is the case with many in Dereko Quinaria, is it is incomplete. It's really, you can't follow it step by step the way that it's written. You need to know that this duck, or flamingo, is probably parboiled and then finished off in an oven. And it'll make a lot more sense trying to recreate the recipe if we do that. So start by filling a pot with water and then add the salt, white vinegar, and a bunch of dill. And once the pot is boiling, then set the duck in and parboil for 15 minutes. Then take it off the heat and carefully transfer the duck to a baking dish, breast side up. Then chop up the whites of your leeks and stuff the cilantro and the chopped leek inside of the bird. We won't be eating these, they're just there for flavor. Once it's stuffed, you can truss up the back legs of the bird and then slice the breast in a crosshatch pattern and poke holes into any of the fatty parts of the duck. This is going to allow the fat to render through and create a crispy skin as it cooks. Then set the duck in the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit, 175 Celsius, and roast it for 30 minutes, and then take it out and baste it with that defrutum. This will not only give it a sweetened flavor, but also color it just as the original recipe says. Then return it to the oven and continue to roast it for 30 to 45 minutes or until it gets to an internal temperature of 165 degrees Fahrenheit. Then remove the cooked duck from the oven and let it cool a bit while you prepare the sauce. For this, you want to mince the mint and rue as finely as possible, and then in a mortar and pestle, grind up the pepper and the cumin and the coriander, and then in a clean mortar, grind up the chopped dates into a fine paste. Then add in the minced herbs and the spices, and finally the asafoetida, and grind everything together until it's well incorporated and as smooth as you can get it. Then add in the white wine vinegar and continue. Then this all goes into a small saucepan along with the drippings from the duck. Then set this over medium heat and let it simmer for about 5 minutes. Then the recipe says to thicken it with some starch if you need it, because I found that my duck just didn't give off enough drippings to make it, so I needed to thicken it up very much. Maybe if I had that flamingo, or possibly a large parrot, I would have had enough, but my duck, it didn't. But even though I couldn't find a flamingo, I think that this dish is going to be a real showstopper, a must-have item for any ancient Roman dinner that you're going to host. Speaking of hosting, just a reminder that I'm going to be hosting a river cruise down the Nile next February 2026, so if you want to sign up for that, link is in the description. As for hosting an ancient Roman dinner, here are a few more pointers to make sure your evening goes off without a hitch. So you want to throw an ancient Roman dinner party. Well, first things first, how big do you want this shindig to be? Because there are really two ends of the spectrum. Like the Emperor Claudius gave frequent and grand dinner parties as a rule in spacious places, where 600 guests were often entertained at one time. But for most, this was not the norm, not at all. For most, and when I say most, I mean the upper echelon of society, the patrician class, because actually most people couldn't ever dream of having a home big enough to even host a dinner. But for that upper echelon, well, most of them kept their parties pretty small. 9 invited diners was the ideal. But even with just 9 invited guests, a lot more people may end up showing up, but we'll get to that later. Now, when you are inviting people, you can use either formal invitations that you send via messenger, or you can keep it a lot more casual, even last minute. You will dine well, Julius Cerialis, at my house. If you have no better plans, come. You will be able to observe the 8th hour. We will bathe together. You know how Stephanus' baths are to me. First, you will be given lessons, useful for relaxing the stomach, and shoots cut from their parent leeks. Lettuce and leeks, how enticing. Now, you'll note that he suggested that they bathe together before dinner, and that was the custom. In the early afternoon, the patrician men of Rome would make their way to the baths where they could bathe and have massages before returning home for dinner. And because of this, it was not uncommon for many of your dining companions to also be your bathing companions, something that the poet Martial complained of. You don't invite anyone to dinner, Cotta, except your bathing companions. The baths alone supply you with guests. I've been wondering why you never invite me, Cotta. Now I understand. You don't like the sight of my bare butt. A surprising number of Marshall's epigrams have to do with being invited to dinner, or him bemoaning the fact that he wasn't invited to dinner. To his friend Gallus, he complained that our dinner invitations are one-sided. When I ask you, you usually come, yet you never ask me. I shouldn't mind, provided you ask nobody else. However, you do. Neither one of us, Gallus, comes out blameless. What do I mean? I'm stupid, and you're shameless. Now, like I said, you can invite however many people you want to your dinner party. I mean, if this is a big banquet, by all means, fill the space. But for most Romans, and frankly I am of the same mind, a dinner party is for conversation. And having too many people can actually stifle the conversation. As Plutarch said, at dinner we should not need messengers as in a camp, or bosuns as in a galley. But we ourselves should immediately converse with one another. The last man should be placed within hearing of the first. Another reason to keep the guest list small is how the Romans ate. And I mean lying down, typically on their side or their stomach. Again, this only applies to the wealthy. Most people just sat at a table the way that we do today. Chumps. But for the wealthy, they had a triclinium. This was a dining room characterized by a setup of 3 lecti, or sofas, in a U-shape with a mensa, or a table, placed at the center. Sometimes it was one large U-shaped sofa with an accompanying U-shaped table, but it was the same idea. Each sofa held 3 people, making 9 the best number of guests. Some larger homes might have multiple setups of these sofas in 1 or more rooms, which would allow for larger gatherings, but still people were generally divided up into groups of 9. Again, Plutarch discusses this sofa setup and poses the question, why is there not enough room for the guests at the beginning of a meal while there seems to be plenty later on? It is the position of the diners on the sofas, for they lie when they eat almost flat on their stomachs, so that they may reach the table with their right hand. But after one has eaten, he turns his depth, not his breadth, toward the board. So supposing that you have decided to keep your guest count to 9, it is all the more important who you decide to invite, and largely it depends on your own personality. Like, do you constantly need the affirmation of others? Guilty? Well, in that case, you'll want to invite someone like Celius. When Celius spreads his nets for an invitation to dinner, take him along, he'll furnish your applause. Well said, hear, hear, bravo, shrewd point, that's good, till you say, shut up now, you've earned your food. But if you do invite a Celius, then you're going to want to invite someone who is less sycophantic, just to even things out. And this is the case with everyone. For every one type of guest that you invite, you should have their opposite on the list as well. It was actually Plutarch's brother, Timon, who came up with this idea when he said, I organize the guests at my dinners in such a way that a wealthy man does not lie next to a wealthy man, a young man does not lie next to a young man, nor a friend next to his friend. Such an arrangement is static and does little to promote sociability. He says that if he has a guest who is hungry for knowledge, he seats him next to someone who is wise. And if he has someone who is on the shy side, then he'll be sat next to someone who is boisterous. And if I happen to see a guest who is rich and generous, I fetch a poor and honest one out of any old corner and introduce them to one another, so that the full cup may overflow into the empty one. That said, the ancient Romans were obsessed with social hierarchy, and there was an accepted method of seating people around the sofas that upheld that hierarchy. Generally, in the U shape, the person at the top would have been whoever was ranked the highest, and then there would be the guest of honor and the host, and then so on and so forth, and it would go down. This allowed the ones of higher rank to, 1, be the center of attention, and 2, to have easier access to the food on the mensa. So it's to be expected that Timon's method of seating people not based on hierarchy, but based on ability to hold conversation, didn't always go well. There was actually one time where an honored guest was so upset that they didn't get their place at the table that they just refused to sit down to dinner at all.
Damn.
Their loss, I'm sure. Now, another thing to keep in mind is that even though you have decided to invite 9 invited guests to your dinner party, dozens may show up, as I said before. Today, it is rude to bring uninvited guests to a party, but in ancient Rome, it was expected. In Rome, there was a system of patronage where a wealthier, more connected patronus, or patron, would take under their wing one or often many clients, or clients, of a lower social status. The system was complex and it changed over time, but one of the obligations that a patron often had to their clients was to keep them fed. So when they were invited to a dinner party, they would often show up with one or sometimes dozens of their clients. Other uninvited guests that might tag along are children, other family members, even wives, at least during the Empire. Earlier on, no wives, but later on, wives sometimes came. Now, you might want to be a little upset at all of these uninvited guests coming to eat your food, but I think as a good host, it's best to be gracious. It was said of Emperor Claudius that he always invited his own children to dine with him along with the sons and daughters of distinguished men, seating them on the pillowed ends of the couches according to the ancient custom. Another thing Claudius did was he tried not to have anyone be embarrassed, even when that person probably should have been embarrassed. On one occasion, when a guest was suspected of having stolen a golden bowl the day before, he invited him again the next day, but set before him an earthenware cup. I think that's classy, and I'm not entirely sure, but I would surmise that he was also classy when it came to serving another group of people who would be showing up with your invited guests, and that was their servants or their slaves. See, while it is expected that you provide food for all of your guests' clients, sons, daughters, friends, etc., it is not expected that you feed their servants. However, if you do, it is looked on as being a good host. But generally, if you do feed them, it will be in a different part of the house. And even those clients and family members and everyone, while they'll be eating in that room with you, they won't have a place at the sofa to recline. They can either sit on the pillowed ends or on the back or stand in the corner, so you don't need to worry about bringing in a bunch of extra chairs. Now, while your conversational skills might be top-notch, it's unfair to expect that to carry the burden of an entire dinner, so it's best if you plan some entertainment. Now, this can be as simple as hiring a musician or some dancers, or if you have the connections and it's in the waning years of the empire, some gladiators. The Romans would invite their friends to dinner, and when they were all sated with dining and drink, they called in the gladiators. No sooner did one have his throat cut than the masters applauded with delight. Often the combatants fell dead above the very cups of the partygoers, and the tables were stained with streams of blood. Just lovely. Now, this was not the norm, but some guests might appreciate the little blood sport after dinner. But a much more common and frankly easier to clean up activity that you could provide is a bit of gambling. Now, other than during the festival of Saturnalia, gambling is illegal, but in a private home it happens all the time. Even the Emperor Augustus enjoyed playing dice games at his dinner parties. Though talk about classy, he used to give all of his guests 250 sestertii each to gamble with, so they got to be entertained, but didn't have to take a loss. Classy. But he was the emperor, and most people don't have that kind of cash to throw around. Something much more affordable would be to bring in a poet to recite lines, or perhaps a comedian to tell some jokes. But I would caution you against reciting your own poetry and telling your own jokes. Martial had things to say about both of those. The first was about his friend Ligurinus, who was constantly spouting his mediocre poetry at the baths, on the street, during people's naps, and of course, at dinner parties.
Oh my.
This and no other is your reason for inviting me to dinner, so that you may recite to me your verses, Ligurinus. I arrive, I take off my shoes, at once you have a huge volume of verses brought in with the lettuce and garum. If you don't confine your awful poems to the mackerel dish, Ligurinus, from now on you will dine at home alone. Harsh, but it had to be said. As for the jokester in his friend group, well, that was Pomponius, who he cautioned, Pomponius, when loud applause salutes you from your client guests, don't fool yourself, good food's the cause, and not your after-dinner jests. Sometimes I wish I had the biting wit and social courage that Martial had when writing his epigrams. I feel like he was the Truman Capote of ancient Rome. So we've covered what you should do to be a good host at a dinner in ancient Rome, and with the jokes and the poems, we've covered a few things that you shouldn't do, but there are definitely some more should-nots when you want to host a party. See, while it was not uncommon to give the guest of honor superior food and drink at a party, in fact, it was expected, you, as host, should not be getting superior food and drink than the rest of your guests. Again, that ain't classy. In his satires, the author Juvenal wrote of one such dinner, saying, "Oh, and what a dinner you get! The wine is so bad that even new wool won't absorb it. The bread is so hard you can barely break it. A moldy crust of petrified dough that you can't bite into without cracking your teeth. Of course, the master of the house is served soft, white bread made from the finest flour." And Marshall called out one of his friends by name for doing the same thing, but with wine. "While you were drinking pints of deep purple wine, Cotta, and guzzling rich dark opimian, you set before me Sabine wine which had just been made, and then you ask me, 'Do you want a gold wine goblet?' Who wants a gold goblet for lead wines?" I actually knew someone who did that in real life. It wasn't with wine, but with water. He loved this fancy Italian glass bottle water called Pana. It was the only thing that he would drink, and his refrigerator was full of it. But then when he had people over, he made them drink tap water and wouldn't let them touch his Pana. Wasn't classy 2,000 years ago, and it ain't classy now, I'll tell you that.
Damn.
But since you are watching Tasting History, I will assume that you are classy, and that all of the guests at your ancient Roman dinner had a fantastic evening. But even with all of your guests gone for the evening, your job as host is not quite over, because you surely have leftovers. And as a Roman, it is your duty to pack up those leftovers and give them to the less fortunate. As Plutarch said, "It is disrespectful to throw away food left over after we have had our fill. It is just as bad as if you were to hide a stream after quenching your thirst from it, or to destroy a road sign after you yourself had made use of it." But before I can have any leftovers to pack up, I should at least try this duck prepared as you would a flamingo. And here we are, ancient Roman duck masquerading as an ancient Roman flamingo. Now the recipe says to pour the sauce all over the duck, but frankly, I think the duck is so pretty that I just put it into a little golden bowl for dipping. And dipping sauces, that was actually more common than pouring it over in ancient Rome at parties. You would dip. So, got some duck, and I'm dipping lots of sauce here. That's really good. So the duck is perfect. I thought it would be overcooked. I was a little bit worried, but it's not. It's wonderfully delicious. The skin is very nice. I wouldn't call it crispy, but it's crisp-ish, halfway to crispy. But it's the sauce that's the star, honestly. It's sweet at first from all those dates, but then you get such an savoriness from all of those spices and the herbs, none of which really jump out. Even the asafoetida, even the mint, both of which can easily be overpowering. They're all together in this, and it's just unctuous. Like all of the drippings just kind of coats your mouth. It's very, very luxurious, but really, really good. This might be my favorite Roman sauce that I've made. And I've made a lot of Roman sauces, but this one is really, really good. Plus, I like duck. So honestly, you could make this with any bird, I think. I think it really works well with duck because it is kind of a darker, fattier meat rather than a chicken, but I think it would work with chicken. I think it would work with pretty much anything. The sauce is the star, absolutely. I am curious what flamingo would taste like. I know that they still eat it in some parts of the world, and from what I've heard, it's actually not very good. But the Romans loved it, so, you know, who knows? But maybe one day I'll try flamingo. Probably not. I don't know that I could do it. Anyway, we might see some flamingos as we cruise down the Nile next year, so if you want to take a look at that Nile cruise next February, link is in the description, and I will see you next time on Tasting History.
So host a dinner, food. These somewhat fancier food to the guest of honor. Then give away the leftovers. I don't know if I would want to deal with the gladiators fighting for sport, for entertainment, or if I would rather a bard. I don't even know. I don't know what I would go with between those. I can do that. You hit the wrong key. Like I don't know. Like I feel like the gladiators might be the gladiators might be a little much. I think personally. I mean, like, damn it, I'm hungry. Like actual hunger. I could take a little like 5 minute break to go like grab food real quick. Since I do need to go take my meds. Killing each other after dinner is very much. Well, I don't think it's like it's actually them. I think it's more of a even it's Rome, I'm assuming it's more like heading somewhere to go watch. I would think would be more so killing each other after because I don't think it would be the actual diners fighting. You know, I feel like that would be kind of funny, but because even though we can be pretty unhinged in this like day and age, but like I'm pretty sure at the same time we'd be even more. You don't try to kill your friends after a meal. Too messy. Too messy. That's way too messy. I mean, like, good, but way too messy, personally. Now, I'm not gonna say how I would take somebody out, but I think that would be. I think that would think. I think gladiator fighting combat after dinner is too much work, honestly. Because I don't know about you, but like, even if like I don't eat a lot, I get the sleepies, and it's like I want sleep though. There's like no in between. And sometimes I'll actually be like awake, and it's like, eh. Yeah, this is too much extra work. Genuinely. Okay. So I'm gonna grab some nuns. I grab some food. Probably gonna like maybe 5 minutes. So I can go like take my actual meds. And then we can go into the rest of the videos. Y'all behave yourselves. Please. No, of course you won't. Just don't do anything I wouldn't do. Crab bites? Why are you fighting crabs? Should I be concerned? Should I be worried? Like, come on, guys. That's a bit of a lie. None of my business. Well, I think if you're using my chat as a venue for this, I think it is my business. Is there a problem with that? Keep my... Hey! You leave my tall head out of this. Just because my head is big and has a tall forehead doesn't mean I have a big head. Or so help me. Keep my... Hey! You leave my big head out of it. Oh shit, I just said I had a big head. Fuck! I'm supposed to agree with you without me having a big head. Shit. Shit. And I didn't agree with you that big head. I have a gambling problem, so I can't join. I could. I could, but I could embrace the inner ankle biter. I could, but I'm not going to. But got some food, got some water, eat a little bit of coffee. I'm just waiting for this to cool down so I can actually touch it. Yeah, it's a little hot to handle. A little hot. Got a Philly cheesesteak, like calzone thing I got when I got my groceries earlier. See now I know I can't buy you because you'd enjoy that. Alright. What else do we got here? Got some... Alright, so I want to make a terrible decision for a video that I'm waiting for food to cool down. We're going into Jamie Oliver's War on Nuggets. I will also say full disclaimer, if YouTube sends me a warning, I'm going to switch videos. over to something like the Fat Electrician or Kentucky Ballistics. So, in the case that it gets YouTube screams at me by warning, I'm going to switch things. But we will try to watch Jamie Oliver's War on Nuggets. I mean, this thing's gonna be too hot for me to eat for like 5-10 minutes, so it can take its sweet time to cool down. Just got home, no sign of tornadoes, just storm damage. Oh, storm damage is better than the extensive crap that tornadoes spin up. Alright, what's this War on Nuggets? Please don't be too insane. So, there are certain things you can't stream on YouTube while you're live, but you're fine like to upload. So once in a while, like if I'll get into something and they'll be like, hey, you can't do this. You can't do this. Because I currently have I have a warning. I don't have a proper like strike on my account right now. I have a warning, and I'm trying to just keep it as a warning so it'll just fall off. So that's why I've been being like extra careful with what I pick.
So I'm going to tell you a little story about how you can use all the leftover bits to make food.
Oh,
and
boy.
watch me.
He's scaring me. Why are you like this?
Meat and bone. Now, who would still eat this?
Jamie Oliver has an interesting relationship with chicken nuggets, and it's something I find deeply fascinating because it's this weird convergence of both an extremely political rhetoric and one man's personal pride. It's a conflict that has led the man to take on chicken nuggets in some form in every show he's made, to flex over them and display superiority right down to basically lying, like in the 2011 miniseries Jamie's Dream School, where he promises a room full of troubled teens that he can teach them to make nuggets better, cheaper, and faster than frozen nuggets.
And
I'm gonna
this
be the
is
man in the
£1.90.
microwave.
It's 10 pence cheaper. I'm going to do it in half the amount of time. And this is, do you think this is better for you or that?
Man, that is such a bold claim. You could just pop nuggets in the microwave for like a minute 30 seconds. Like, come on, man. There's no way you're gonna outspeed the speed Chef Mike. There ain't no way. Quality, questionable, but time? You're not beating the microwave.
All the way back in 2005, on the show Jamie's School Dinners, Jamie demonstrated the contents and production of chicken nuggets for a group of children, which is, as with a lot of food, kinda gross.
These are the kids that won't eat my chicken. You know, these are the kids that want their nuggets back. So I want to show them what's in their fucking nuggets. Then what they do is they add more chicken skin. That is how that part is made.
At the end, he asks if any of the kids still want nuggets, and all of them decline.
Anyone one of these?
No.
In 2010, on the show Jamie Oliver's Food Revolution, the production recreated the scenario with kids from Huntington, West Virginia, but this time when Jamie asks if they still want the nuggets after learning how they're made, all the kids say yes.
Now, who would still eat this?
They all want those nugs. And who can blame them? Chicken nuggets are delicious. This bit is one of those clips that's in a sort of perpetual virality. Every few months it makes the rounds again with a new caption, new commentary, and new conclusion for the audience to draw, and it's one that fascinates me because Jamie's argument against chicken nuggets is just so comically bad. There's a lot of
Wait, what's he got against chicken nuggets? I'm missing some context here. What the is this a video type of thing about?
possible arguments against chicken nuggets, a lot of reasons you can consider chicken nuggets to be bad. And Jamie is making None of them. For example, you can argue that chicken nuggets are a product of a corrupt industry that is often deeply inhumane towards the animals that pass through it, making it immoral to enjoy the products of that inhumanity. Or you can argue that eating meat is intrinsically immoral, that we have, for the most part, moved past the need to get sustenance at the expense of animals. You can argue that the meat industry is exploitative of its workers at the mundane end, merely engaging in aggressive anti-union practices and predatory hiring of migrant workers who can then be threatened with punitive use of the immigration system, and at the extreme end, buying slaves from Christian drug rehab programs. But Jamie's argument against chicken nuggets is that—
I'm sorry, you run that last one by me. Chicken workers sued slaying their modern-day slaves. The Riftwalkers filed a federal class law action lawsuit today alleging that they were modern-day slave forced by a drug rehabilitation program that worked for free and chicken processing plants. That's fucking wild. I might not look that up later.
From Christian drug rehab programs. But Jamie's argument against chicken nuggets is that they're bad because they're made from the bad parts of the bird, arguing that there are the good, clean parts of the chicken that are appropriate to eat, and the rest of the bird, which is garbage. Take this bit, for example, which uses the grammar of television to suggest that even the kids see this plainly obvious fact.
Now, chicken wings are worth quite a lot of money. I showed them where all the nice cuts of meat came off the chicken. So we just pop the legs off, and then you're left with a carcass with all the ribs and the little bits of giblets and blood and skin and stuff like that. What do you think happens to this?
It gets thrown away.
He'll have people sniff store-bought chicken nuggets and ask weird leading questions like, doesn't this smell dirty? But then no one ever responds because it probably just smells like a chicken nugget.
Now smell your nugget and then smell the other one. Your one should sort of smell quite clean.
That smells fresh.
And then the other one smells a bit dirty.
Jamie makes a lot of hay about mechanically reclaimed meat, and indeed, the entire thrust of his scare presentation with these kids revolves around the fact that the middle parts of the process, where they take the bad, dirty parts of the bird and process it into food, are kind of gross looking. The process involves taking the parts of the carcass that aren't prime cuts of meat, parts that still have a lot of good muscle tissue attached, a lot of connective tissue and gristle, which aren't very tasty but contain collagen and elastin, which breaks down into useful amino acids, leftover skin removed from cuts that are sold skinless, organs and bone marrow, grinding that into a paste, straining out larger solids, then using the resulting meat goo as an ingredient in food like chicken nuggets. And you know what? I will concede this fact. The stuff looks gross. I would not pipe tepid meat goo into my mouth. This does not make me hungry. But so what? Lots of food looks gross when it's raw or partially cooked. We literally have a popular phrase about the making of sausage for this exact reason. If your requirement is that food look delicious and appealing at all stages of preparation, then I'm sorry, that's really a you problem. So like I said, there's a lot of reasons to criticize the food industry, the meat industry above all, but what you can't really argue about the meat industry, and chicken nuggets in specific, is that they're wasteful. And this is something of a complexity of the issue. They definitely use all of the bird. Now, make no mistake, this frugality is in no way motivated by an ideological aversion to waste, but rather stems from maximizing the return on their product. Literally anything left over at the end of the process, they're going to try to find someone to sell it to. Mineral solids contain keratin and calcium, so dry it out, grind it up, and mix it with fertilizer. Organ proteins are used in pet food. Various soft proteins, fats, hair, hide, feathers, and other byproducts can be rendered into glycerin, gelatin, oils, lubricants, and pastes, which are used in food, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, and industrial applications. It is notoriously difficult to go truly 100% vegan because products often contain other products that are themselves made in part with animal products, which is complicated, because if you're going to accept that it's okay to eat animals and use animal products, which at the moment is the mainstream opinion in our society, then clearly if you're going to use the bird at all, you should use the whole bird. Now, while pink goo isn't the apocalyptic nutrient void that Jamie Oliver wants to paint it as, it is undeniably the lower quality stuff. I don't want to mislead you into thinking that frozen nuggets are something that they aren't. They're not great, but you already knew that. But like, it's not sawdust. It's still food. After taking the prime cuts off a bird, there's a lot of second-rate but usable nutrients left on and in the bones. This is why it was customary in ye olden days that after you ate all the easy parts off a roast chicken, you'd boil the scraps and bones to pull out whatever was left and create chicken stock. At least that's what you do if you're too poor to just buy another chicken, if you can't afford to not extract every last calorie out of the bird you bought. Now, I don't want to suggest that Jamie Oliver is classist. I don't know the secrets that lay in the inner cloisters of his heart, but these arguments definitely are. Oliver isn't arguing against nuggets because of what they contain or because they tie into complicated questions of morality and the ethics of eating meat, or even entirely because of their actual nutritional value. More on that later, but because of what they represent, which is a low-class diet. This is the language being evoked, the implication that low-class people are dirty and thus cheap and dirty are synonymous.
There's bits on it that are worth lots of money. The breasts are the most expensive part. It's the biggest and it's the white meat, okay?
The other thing that I want to talk about briefly is the rhetorical function of this clip. Something fascinating about it is that from the point of view of the production, from the messaging viewpoint, there really isn't a wrong answer to Jamie's offer of nuggets. Meaning that no matter what answer the kids give, I, as the conceptual author of the show, can use it. I can use the whole bird. If the kids reject the processed nuggets, they validate the assertion that nuggets aren't just low-quality cheap food made from leftovers, but are dirty and inedible. If the kids still want the nuggets, even knowing that before being cooked they were a pink slime, then that validates Jamie's superiority, the assertion that America is doomed, that the kids are broken, that there is a spiritual epidemic. And that is exactly how it's employed in the actual episode.
I mean, what's scary is that we've brainwashed our kids so brilliantly, so even though they know something is disgusting and gross, they'll still eat it if it's in that friendly little shape.
Or, you know, we know this, or mind-blowing concept. They like the taste of it, and knowing in what it looks like beforehand doesn't bother them because they understand it is just a step in the process. Mind-blowing concept.
A fascinating extension, the clip as it makes its rounds through mimetic cycles alternates how it's being employed based on what community it's passing through. It is shared in equal measure by people laughing at Jamie Oliver getting dunked on by some kids who want them saucy nugs, and people who agree with Jamie that this reflects a metaphysical illness in society, which is the source of the physical illness of obesity. Now, this argument is stupid, but it's also extremely popular. There is a pervasive belief in our society that poorness is a moral failing that the poor inflict on themselves, that the disastrous and growing class divides in the world are the result of a type of person who just loves chicken nuggets so much that they're not willing to stop being poor. Of course, that's all extremely wrong. The real answers are far more complex. School lunches suck because there's no money for quality ingredients. The staff are often poorly trained, if not unqualified, because there's no money for training or hiring qualified personnel. There's no money for hiring qualified personnel because of a belief that school lunch lady is a meaningless, trivial job where you slop food at children and not a position where you're expected to serve food to several hundred people in a mere 45 minutes. The logistics don't magically get easier just because the patrons aren't old enough to buy cigarettes. There's no money for quality food because there's no political will to allocate that money, and there's no political will because of all sorts of messed up priorities, including the belief that poorness is a self-inflicted problem. Why, that sounds like a vicious cycle, doesn't it? You could address this complexity, and in fairness, Jamie Oliver hasn't strictly ignored this, even as he's drafted lunch menus that would drain an entire year's budget in a month, but it's a lot easier to look at chicken nuggets as a thing that just happens to be in proximity to the problem and blame it for everything. Back to Jamie's dream school, Oliver promises that he can make nuggets cheaper, faster, and better than the store-bought nuggets, and it ends up exposing a lot of the charade.
And this is £1.90. It's 10 pence cheaper. I'm going to do it in half the amount of time. And this is, do you think this is better for you or that?
Now, to a degree, he's not strictly lying. If you have a very well laid out kitchen, all the ingredients, a familiarity with the recipe, and confidence in your tools and technique, then measuring from the moment you start to when you start eating, you can probably make fried chicken strips faster than an oven can heat up a box of tenders. And the recipe he gives here, I mean, it's lightly seasoned fried chicken. Probably tastier than most nuggets as long as you make it right. And you know what? It might even cost you less by weight than the most expensive box of chicken in the grocery. More than twice as much as the cheap box, though. Just for the chicken breast, not including the other ingredients. Also, this isn't really that much healthier. It's still got plenty of salt. It's still fried in oil, but also healthy versus unhealthy is really a terrible way of conceptualizing food in the first place. This is actually a persistent problem with Oliver's version of healthy eating, which really isn't driven by actual nutritional value. He still uses a lot of sugar and salt, but is better conceptualized again as clean versus dirty. Things with lots of listed ingredients are bad, things with fewer ingredients are good, regardless of what those are.
Don't taste that good, though.
Talk out loud.
3, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 40. 44.
Okay. How many ingredients in there, guys?
So he's not lying, but the whole exercise requires so many caveats and so much deck stacking that it is disingenuous. It's just an extension of the argument that poorness is the result of things like food choices, rather than food choices being largely dictated by being poor. I mean, one, you're probably not buying the $16 box, you're buying the $7 box, and you're not coming home and heating up $2 worth of mechanically reclaimed chicken strips because everything else in your life is going great. The biggest hole in all of it, of course, is the issue of time. With the stacked deck, the linear time is about comparable, but what's not comparable at all is the actual amount of work. I mean, it's so self-evident that I feel insane even pointing it out. Jamie's fried chicken bites are good, but you spend the entire time making fried chicken. Plus, it generates a huge amount of mess that you will then need to clean up. Food prep is extremely time and energy intensive, and it's maddening that so much of the hay about healthy eating relies on pretending that it's not. So the whole thing is an argument that displays such a fundamental lack of understanding about why people eat what they do, and it's a dangerous argument because, again, it's a popular argument, and it's popular with the kind of people who write and pass laws. Seemingly every day there's another proposal for a law to heavily tax unhealthy food or arbitrarily remove things like soda, french fries, and chicken nuggets from the already asinine list of things food assistance can and can't be spent on. Food is an almost unfathomably complex subject, and there are very real issues of public health and ecology tied up in it. People broadly eat what they have access to, and access is dictated by class, and class in our society is so very often dictated by race. It's about free time, stress, how far away you live from a grocery store, whether or not you live in a neighborhood where the freshest vegetable is the lettuce in a Big Mac. It connects to problems with jobs, wages, the physical design of our cities, the priorities of our politicians, and the incentives of our economic system. It's a big, intensely complex problem, which is why it's ultimately a lot easier to just be a stooge, to go on TV and blame the audience for having bad taste. Like, no, you're making the nuggets wrong. You're making dirty nuggets. Stop making dirty nuggets.
That was interesting. Like, I don't even know what to make of that one. That's an interesting one, though. Let me switch over to my my other camera, as my phone just died. Jamie sucks at a cook, that's all you got from it. Valid. Disable this real quick while I get this sorted. Yeah, definitely not the greatest cook. Like, I know, like, he got, like, some flack, but I was not ready for that, though. I know you're connected to my computer. Readjust that. Excuse me. Yeah, it's not gonna work. I have to do like the wing it then. My actual camera makes me look drunk. There's so much I wish to say to retort Jamie Oliver. I'm supposed to keep my mouth shut. I want to write an essay. Honestly, valid. So valid. We're gonna watch that pop gun clip that was posted in Discord. Because I don't know why we be playing dark with cars, but why
not? More elevation. And I'm now.
I just want to rewatch the caravan get fucking smacked. There. I had to rewatch that. What? Is there like any particular reason that they dislike them? Or is this just, they just don't like them for no reason? I just think they're a little bull. But that really can't be helped, though. I don't want that right now. Kentucky Ballistics. It's been a while. It's been a long while since I've done Kentucky Ballistics video. Holy shit. Honestly, I can respect that. That I can understand 100% not liking them. Alright, so now we got some Kentucky Ballistics. The cane gun. I've been so long I've done just on a Kentucky Ballistics video. It's so long.
Freeze, old man! Give me your wallet, your phone, give me it all! Somebody call an ambulance!
The little mustache here kind of reminds me a little bit of the Colonel, but he doesn't have the beard.
But not for me!
Tall enough truck?
What's up, everybody? My name is Scott, and you're watching Kentucky Ballistics. And you know, when it comes to terrifying things, it's not heights, it's not spiders, it's not even the dark. It's getting old. But now you don't have to be fearful of getting old, because today we have the cane gun. This thing runs off of black powder, and it fires a 40 caliber ball,
Honestly,
and it also has a handy dandy dagger.
Oh. I need this. I need this in my life. For no reason whatsoever. I need this.
Or shank. Needless to say, I am super excited to try this thing out, so let's go get set up and get started. Alright, so since we are using a cane gun today, I thought we would have some senior themed targets. So our first target is gonna be prune juice. Well, before we shoot these things, I say we try out our pointy rod. I'm just gonna give this thing a quick little, oh! Oh, that prune juice is thick. Oh, that looks like motor oil. Uh-oh. So now it's time to try out the cane gun. This thing is loaded up with a 40 caliber ball and black powder. It works off of a percussion cap. You literally just flick this over like an MP5 slap, and then the gun should go off. Okie dokie, here we go. Ha! Oh! I mean, it went right through it. Put a pretty good size hole in that thing. Up next, we have another one of Grandpa's favorites, bologna, aka bologna. Some like it fried. I like mine with a dash of lead and gunpowder. But before we shoot it, we must stab it. Oh, I missed. Oh, this may be more effective than the actual bullet. This goes through there like nothing. Now let's see what happens when we hit it with a 40 caliber ball. Let's see how much bologna it takes to stop a cane gun. Here we go. Oh! I'll tell you what. I took my ear pro out for that shot because I was like, that doesn't sound that loud.
Right?
But I have to say, without
That's
ear
what I'm
pro
saying,
in,
Harlan.
it'd be loud.
Need one of these. Either just for novelty.
It appears we actually did quite a bit of damage to this bologna. It is busted out the side, went through the back, and that's pretty gnarly. It's another, oh, look at this. Oh, dear. Oh,
God
wow.
damn.
You know, it looks like bologna is actually a pretty good test medium for bullets. I mean, that is a pretty good representation of what would happen, I think.
Well, I mean,
So I've
considering
been
what it's
shooting
made of,
pretty
it's not
close
that
with this
surprising.
thing because I figure aiming would be difficult. But let's go ahead and take a shot at that still target. We're about 15 yards away. Let's see if we can actually hit it. I'm gonna go at about right there. I'm gonna scoot up just a little closer. Now we're about 10 yards away. I got it. Okay, well, it is doable, but they're going to need to stand really still. You're going to need to be up against another like 90-year-old person that can't move very fast. So up next, I'm going to let you see what it would be like to utilize a cane gun by strapping a GoPro to my face. Doop 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 da doo, I am on my way to the park. Gonna drive super duper slow. I got my bread in my pocket for the birds. And I got hard candy that nobody... Wow! Oh! What are you doing? Get away from me! All right, you're gonna make me do something I'm gonna regret. Oh! He didn't go down! The bologna was a pretty good test meet.
I know good blind is good. Yeah, but cheap blind. Also, missed opportunity. He missed the perfect opportunity to get off my lawn. Missed opportunity.
For this round, but now let's try it out in some actual ballistic gel. This is made by Clear Ballistics, and this is 10% ballistic gel, and this is a 16-inch block. All right, I don't think we're gonna make it through the whole block. I'm gonna say we make it halfway. Only one way to find out, though. Oh! Oh!
Oh. Damn.
Wow, okay. Well, I am pleasantly surprised we made it through the entire 16-inch block. That's actually pretty impressive. This thing is a little more lethal than I thought it was. But now we have to try out the sticker. Ah! Okay, only made it about yay far into it. So I'm gonna say that the 40 caliber ball is definitely more effective than the shish kebabber. So our next target is gonna be 27 Depends. And you know, these aren't just for the elderly. I rock one of these every Wednesday after Taco Tuesday. I call them Whoopsie Wednesdays. All right, there we go. Oh! Let's see, we made it through at least 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh! That must be from last Wednesday. Oh, goodness. Oh, I can't get the smell to go away. Like it's just lingering. I don't know why. Welcome to Kentucky Ballistics. It's nice to have you. You should hit that subscribe button if that is also your kind of humor. For real though, we went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Had a little bit of a blowout on that one. That's number 11. It's pudding. Okay, it's pudding. 12. 12? Looks like we stopped in 12. It's not in there, so I assume maybe it's bounced off the table or something, but that's rather surprising. Those Depends really are dependable. So now I have just a few more delicacies that my grandpappy loves. We have some Spam, pimento cheese, grapefruits, and prunes. I say we do
Oh
the
boy,
pimento
not Spam.
cheese first, then Spam, then a grapefruit,
Nothing
then
against Spam, though.
prunes, grapefruit, and then Spam again. This delicious and nutritious spread is brought to you by SDI. If you want to check them out, there is a link in the description down below. All right, here we go. Oh! Oh! I think I'm going to have to add pimento cheese to our new targets because that was pretty eventful.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know what he was expecting though.
Who knew that pimento cheese was so violent? We went through the pimento cheese. Looks like we made it into this Spam, went out the back. We hit this grapefruit. Oh, yeah. We hit these prunes, went through the prunes. And then we have another can of Spam. What? I think we stopped in the second can of Spam. Let's have a look-see. Okay. Oh, did it just fall out? It did. There it is right there.
Damn.
Oh. So it looks like, I guess maybe it hit here. Oh, that's nasty right there. Oh. I'm really hungry though. Well, that's going to be it for the cane gun. I had a lot of fun shooting it, and surprisingly, it was quite effective. Let me know what you thought about it in the comment section down below. Also, be sure and give today's video a like and hit that subscribe button. Be sure and check me out on all other social media platforms. Links to those can be found in the description down below, along with a link to KentuckyBallistics.com.
I'm the biggest fan of it.
Just in case you want to pick up the shirt. And as always, my name is Scott. Thank you so much for watching Kentucky Ballistics, and I'll see you next time.
I think both Spam and corned beef have places.
Wow, those Depends really are tough.
I've been wanting to watch the video about the freaking Cane Gun for so long, and finally I finally got to watch it. Great. That was great. I need one. Yeah! I want to make sure that, did we have any outro moments here? For bloopers? No bloopers? Okay. Dang. I was hoping maybe we get a couple bloopers out of that, but apparently not. That's alright, though. That's alright. Let's see what we have left. You know what? We're gonna do this video instead. We're gonna do the America's Savage, Submarine Commander, Bush Martin, and the USS Wahoo. Well, I'm gonna go sit here and eat my food. Since it finally cooled off enough for me to actually eat without risking pissing my wisdom teeth off. So it'll be minimal commentation for me. Hey Roach, welcome on in. I'm actually about to shut up here for a little bit while I eat some food so I can take my meds.
Fleet. Despite that,
You're doing well today, though.
they are credited with sinking 50% of all enemies, totaling over 7 million tons. And this is how. Today we're talking about Dudley Morton, aka Mushmouth, most commonly referred to as Mush Morton. Ladies and gentlemen, when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, they crippled the United States Navy. The only thing that really escaped unscathed was the American carrier fleet and the American submarine fleet. The carriers avoided destruction because they were conveniently not at Pearl Harbor that day, and the submarine fleet escaped because they were deemed a low priority target. And that is because at this point in time, submarines were deemed almost exclusively a defensive weapon. But as the old adage goes, necessity is the mother of invention. America would forge new battle tactics, and a new breed of hyper-aggressive submarine commander and crew would be born. Incredible legendary warriors like Eugene Lucky Flucky and his crew of the USS Barb, Lawson Red Ramage and the crew of the USS Parch, and Dick O'Kane, the crew of the USS Pang, would all step forward and become heroes. But they were following the footsteps of the
Welcome on in Raiders. Welcome in Guardsman. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've been well. What are you playing? How was your stream? Took me a little bit to What's good? Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Oh, you're good. You're good. All caps is fine. Oh, hey Loki. Man, y'all catch me. I'm gonna try and take a moment to munch. Here. Goddamn Discord, stop it. So I can actually type. Identifier. It's pretty good. How you doing today, Loki? Who's new here? I am Scarlet Ami. You can call me Scarlet or Ami, either one works. I stream 4 to 5 days a week. Do a variety of games, react content, and a bunch of other stuff, depending on the day. I was not ready for so long, but then let me try this again with the thing actually working. Is it because I didn't add? Is that why? Not bad. Mostly taking a moment here to walk some fat electrician while I eat some dinner here. Because I got food earlier, but with my whole wisdom tooth being all messed up right now, it's like super sensitive to like hot and cold. So I had to wait a while for it to cool down. So we're just taking a chill moment right now. Just watch some stuff about US history. 18th. Ugh. I'll have to get... What is it? I have to get 2 on my right taken out. Which kind of annoys me. I don't want to take them out. Because they're not causing any issues. But then I got one in the bottom left. I have to get... Yeah, that's correct. That they have to take out. Which has been a... pretty painful to say the least. I'm not ready for next month to get... I need next month to come so I can get them taken out. This will be miserable. Work on edit and watch the new Last of Us episode. Let's go! Hell yeah! I still have yet to watch The Last of Us. I got too much other stuff I've been working on the back end. Let's pulse back a little bit.
Incredible legendary warriors like Eugene Lucky Flucky and his crew of the USS Barb, Lawson Red Ramage and the crew of the USS Parch, and Dick O'Kane, the crew of the USS Tang, would all step forward and become heroes. But they were following the footsteps of the prototype, America's first hyper-aggressive submarine skipper, Mush Morton. A man that was originally deemed too timid and conservative to be an effective submarine commander that was given a second shot at command for the sole reason that his commanding officer, and I quote, liked the way he shook hands.
Come on, bring it in there. Tuck that.
Yeah, I'm in there, dog. I'm in there, dog. I'm in there, dog.
You tucking it in there? But you tucked up.
And with that second chance, he would take a defensive weapon and turn it into one of the greatest offensive weapons in history, changing warfare forever. And we're going to get into it right after a word from our sponsor.
Delete me.
Why do you have an ACOG on a lever action?
Nick, there's rabbits and deer in my garden.
All right, that explains the ACOG. Why does it have a suppressor?
The boys are napping.
I mean, I guess that makes sense. This video is brought to you by Delete Me. All right, here's the deal. So
I love when she shows up in his sponsored bits.
of all of the free stuff on the internet, which I think is absolutely worth it. If you want to check them out, I'll have a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. Our story begins in 1907 in Kentucky when a young Dudley Morton is born. He also had a brother. His dad worked for the coal company and had to travel a ton for work, and his mother suffered from a chronic illness that had her hospitalized fairly frequently. As Dudley and his brother grew up and became more energetic, more rambunctious, and more rebellious, his mother being sick and his dad being gone for work all the time, they simply could not manage to keep these boys under control, and they were forced to send them off to Florida to live with their wealthy aunt.
Looked at my kingdom, I was finally there to sit on my throne as the Prince of Bel-Air.
While attending high school in Miami, Dudley was kind of like the archetype of the all-American kid. He was handsome, he was good looking, he was super popular, he played football, he was a standout wrestler, he was just the guy. After graduating high school, because the wealthy aunt and uncle were connected, they were able to secure Dudley a spot at Annapolis, the United States Naval Academy. While there, his classmates would give him his nickname, Mushmouth, because they said it always sounded like he was talking with a mouthful of mush, and he had a famous party trick where he could supposedly fit 5 golf balls into his mouth and then recite Shakespeare. Also, while attending Annapolis, he would have his first run-in with what appears to be the main storyline, because as he continued to be a standout wrestler at Annapolis, he actually almost made the 1932 Olympic team, but in the selection
competition finals, he was beat out by a man that he had previously beaten 32 times in a row. The main storyline shall not be interrupted, apparently. From there, he goes on to graduate Annapolis in 1930 at the age of 23 and is commissioned as an ensign. After his commission, he gets stationed over on the West Coast on the USS Saratoga, which is an American aircraft carrier, and while he's on the West Coast, he starts attending all these Hollywood parties, rubbing elbows with all the rich and famous people, has the time of his life. A couple of years after that, in 1932, he gets stationed on a heavy cruiser, the USS Chicago, and then a year and a half after that, in 1933, he volunteers to go to submarine school. While at submarine school, he kind of develops a reputation for not being the guy that does everything by the book. He doesn't really care for strict regulations, and he doesn't care about the dog and pony show that is the United States military. One day, the cadre at the submarine school decides that they are going to go through and they are going to search the officers' quarters, including Mush Morton's. He's kind of understandably pissed by this. Like, this isn't basic training. He's not some 18-year-old kid trying to hide contraband. He's a 25-year-old man that graduated from the United States Naval Academy. Why are we digging through my room like I'm a child? So he decides, fuck this. I'm gonna get me and all my other officer buddies. We're just gonna go rent a house in town and we're just gonna have a party house and do whatever the fuck we want all the time, and then we'll show up for school in the morning. His house ends up getting referred to as Stud Manor, and it is known for being a party pretty much 24/7. Despite that, somehow Mush Morton and all of his buddies living in this house had their grades actually start improving, and when he was asked how that was possible, he said it was simple. They had a strict policy. There was no women and no booze from midnight on Wednesday until after exams on Friday, and the rest of the time was just one huge party.
My advice to you is to start drinking heavily. You better listen to him, Flounder. He's in pre-med.
So he graduates from submarine school, ends up getting stationed on an S-37 submarine over in Manila. While he's over there, he ends up meeting an art student that's on vacation from Chicago. They end up getting married. Her name is Harriet Nelson. Then in 1939, at the age of 32, Mush Morton becomes the executive officer of the USS Fairfax, an old World War I era submarine. If you don't know, executive officer is the second in command. In addition to that, in the same year, 1939, Mush Morton and Harriet have their first kid, Douglas. Then in 1940, Mush Morton is given command of a submarine, the USS R5. It's this little tiny old sub from like 1918. Shortly after that, in 1941, Mush and Harriet would have their second child, their first daughter, Edwina. Then on December 7th, 1941, the Japanese attack Pearl Harbor, and America is now at war with Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany. Shortly after that, Mush Morton and the USS R5 get their first chance to engage the enemy. They're over in the Atlantic and they spot a German U-boat that has been devastating American supply lines. Now, the important context here is this is a new era German U-boat. This is one of the most sophisticated submarines on the planet, and the USS R5 under the command of Mush Morton is a tiny, shitty little submarine from 1918 that has almost no combat value, but they're being put into combat anyways, because after the attack on Pearl Harbor, the submarines are all America has.
It's not the size, mate. It's how you use it.
But Mush Morton's gonna do the best he can with what he's got, so he sneaks up on the German U-boat, gets within 4,000 yards, fires 4 torpedoes, all 4 of them are misses, and he orders the sub to dive underwater to try to escape this German U-boat because there's no way it's gonna be able to engage in direct combat. Later, Mush Morton would heavily be criticized for not trying to chase down that German U-boat and sink it, but again, he's in the USS R5, he's completely outmatched and outgunned. Why would you chase down your own ass whooping? So, Mush thinks he made the right decision, but a lot of the other officers are thinking maybe he's too timid, he's too conservative, maybe he's even a coward. Regardless of what those other officers think, his chain of command is like, okay, fine, fair argument. So, if you want a modern sub, we're gonna give you a promotion to lieutenant commander, and then we're gonna send you back off to school so you can study war tactics and actually learn how to engage the enemy. So that's exactly what he does. While he's at this school learning to be the commander of a modern sub, he hates pretty much everything they teach. They're essentially teaching these guys to use submarines as a defensive scout, right? They just want the submarine to go out there and kind of like spy on people, and if they get an opportunity to fire a torpedo where it's like guaranteed 100% safe, they can go ahead and fire a torpedo and then sink back down and get away. But Mush Morton is like, no, let's go take the fight to the enemy. Let's go destroy supply lines. Let's do guerrilla warfare underwater. But he also knows that nobody's going to listen to him because he's, you know, too timid and too cowardly, and that's a crazy idea, and he's throwing the entire doctrine upside down. So he just kind of bites his tongue, goes on, graduates the school. From here, he's hoping to get put in command of a new Gato or Baleo class submarine, which are the best submarines America has at the time. That's not what he gets. He gets put in charge of the USS Dolphin, which is an old rust bucket that's barely seaworthy at this point in time. It's lost its ability to shoot torpedoes. All he has for weapons is a couple of 5-inch guns on the deck, and he's basically just supposed to go out in the ocean and shoot at enemy airplanes. It's essentially a waste of time, but the United States government's trying to use every single tool they have, but Mush Morton is pissed.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad.
This ship is basically a death trap. He knows that, and he tries to tell his chain of command he doesn't want it. And his chain of command gets super pissed at him. His direct commanding officer ends up saying, you know, with your record of cowardice, and now you're saying that this ship isn't good enough for you, I think you're being a coward again. So he fills in the paperwork to have him yanked out of submarines entirely and tries to have him reassigned to a surface ship. Obviously, Mush Morton pushes back against this, and it goes all the way up to Admiral Babe Brown, the top dude in charge of him. And he goes in, has a meeting with him, and Babe Brown decides to give him a second chance at being a submarine officer. He's not going to be a commander right away, but he's going to continue being an officer on submarines. And his reasoning was, and I quote, "I liked the way he shook hands."
Slap hands, maintain a nice firm grip on the hips, and pose. It's just a nice feeling between you and your teammate.
And with that handshake, Mush Morton is assigned to a new Gato-class submarine, the USS Wahoo. So he reports to his new ship. The USS Wahoo is under the command of Commander Kennedy and the executive officer, Dick O'Kane. Mush and O'Kane immediately hit it off and become friends, and it doesn't take long for Mush to realize that not many of the other officers really care for Commander Kennedy. The guy had previously been a commander of a surface ship, didn't know a whole lot about submarines, whereas Dick O'Kane had been in submarines for years and years and years, and Commander Kennedy refused to listen to anything he had to say. Commander Kennedy was overly cautious to the point that he was just doing dumb shit aboard the USS Wahoo that made life miserable for the entire crew. Okay, I need you to understand this is a diesel-powered submarine. Okay, so it's got diesel generators. Those diesel generators charge a bunch of battery banks, and batteries require water. So having a lot of fresh water on a submarine was always a huge issue until this new Gato class, because the commander Cheng Li was placed in charge of getting shit done for the United States Navy, found out that they had developed these new distillers and had these distillers put all the new Gato class submarines so they could make as much fresh water as they needed. Okay, this was huge. This meant that the Gato class submarines were always going to have fresh water for the batteries, and on top of that, they were going to be able to make more, so the crew would actually be able to have showers and wash laundry and do all the shit that would make life not as miserable while you're sitting under the water inside of a metal tin can with a bunch of other dudes sweating your ass off. Commander Kennedy, though, is like, well, those distillers use power and power uses fuel, so I don't really trust it. We're just not going to use the distillers, meaning we're not going to do laundry and we're not going to have fucking showers on this ship, even though the government just spent presumably millions of dollars getting us those capabilities to make life not as shitty aboard the ship. But Commander Kennedy's just like, nah, I don't trust it. The only fresh water we're gonna have to do that shit with is we're gonna take fucking buckets and stick them under the air conditioner condensers and catch all the dripping condensation, and that's gonna be the fresh water that we're gonna use.
What?
So the whole crew is obviously just pissed. It'd be like if your dad bought you a new car and then your mom told you to walk to school anyways. It's complete bullshit. On top of that, Dick O'Kane and all the other high-ranking officers can't stand the guy because he doesn't trust them at all. He literally has his bed put up on the bridge, so he's always there, and he makes it his policy that there has to be 2 officers on the bridge running the ship at all times, which runs all those officers absolutely ragged. Dick O'Kane and all the other officers are getting 4 hours of sleep a night, and that's if they don't run into any enemies. It's just a complete nightmare. Regardless, they set sail, they get sent out to the Buka Strait, which is where a bunch of Japanese supply lines are going through, and they're supposed to disrupt the enemy. So they're on the Buka Strait near Bougainville, and they've been out there, they're just looking for Japanese ships. Everything's kind of going according to plan. And finally, Mush Morton's had enough of this no taking showers bullshit. He sends the order to some of the guys, fire up the distillers. I'm gonna take a fucking shower. So he goes, he grabs his bright ass red bathrobe and starts making his way towards the showers. Right as that happens, the alarm goes off. The USS Wahoo has spotted a Japanese convoy. So Mush Morton runs up to the deck. He's in his red bathrobe as shit's about to hit the fan. So he gets up to the bridge. Dick O'Kane and Commander Kennedy are up there as well. There's a rainstorm going on. There's lightning. You can't really see shit. The waters are rough, but there's an enemy convoy like 4,000 yards away, and they are in perfect position to set up an attack and potentially sink all 3 ships. Dick O'Kane wants to approach on the surface, being disguised by heavy rainfall and rough seas, and they have the right angle, but Commander Kennedy, wanting to be ultra conservative, is like, no, we're gonna dive now, and then we're gonna track him down using sonar, even though that there's, you know, rough seas and lightning and a bunch of other shit going on. That's just what he wants to do, and he's in charge, so that's what they do. The ship dives down, and within a matter of minutes, they've completely lost the Japanese convoy. And now, Dick O'Kane is fucking pissed. He's been in submarines forever. He knows how to set up these attacks. His commander does not know as much about submarines as him, and he absolutely refuses to listen. So he kind of goes, he confides in Mush Morton, and Mush Morton is like, dude, look, I completely agree. We need to take the fight to the enemy, get in their face, and basically do guerrilla warfare on the water. But in defense of Commander Kennedy, it's kind of sort of not really his fault, because this is exactly what they teach these guys in this submarine warfare school that I just got back from. They want them to be ultra conservative and do everything 100% safe. From this point, Dick O'Kane and Mush Morton kind of come to an agreement that they're going to document everything and try to get Commander Kennedy kicked off this ship so they can get a new commander that'll actually listen and actually get them in the fight. Like a week later, December 7th, 1942, they come up on another Japanese convoy, and again, Commander Kennedy kind of gets panicked, doesn't want to approach on the surface, orders the ship to dive. They lose the target again. The next morning, they spot another convoy, three Japanese ships. Again, Kennedy gives the command to dive and goes underwater, but they're still gonna launch torpedoes at this convoy from underwater. Maybe it'll work out. But the problem is, Commander Kennedy doesn't trust any of his other officers, even though they're more experienced than him. So he's trying to man the periscope, man the sonar, oversee all the targeting data, and be a one-man show. He just refuses to delegate and trust the dudes around him. So they've got the enemy in their crosshairs, essentially, and everybody's just kind of standing on the deck watching Commander Kennedy run around like a chicken with his head cut off, trying to do everything by himself. And they're like, he's gonna fuck it up again. He's gonna miss it. We're never gonna do anything in this war. We're just gonna sit here and watch this guy fuck up everything the entire time. But Commander Kennedy actually kind of pulls it off. He gets the targeting data on one of the freighters, fires 4 torpedoes, 3 of them hit the freighter, huge explosion, sets the whole thing on fire. At this point, everybody on the deck is shocked, like, holy shit, we actually fucking did something. At this point, Dick O'Kane is like, okay, fucking grab the next ship. There's 3 of them. Let's fire at the next one. And Commander Kennedy's like, no, dive deeper. And then they just kind of sit there, let the destroyer come, drop depth charges, trying to take them out. Now the whole submarine's getting fucking rocked. They're not fighting back. And it's just like, okay, well, at least he did something, I guess. They survived the depth charges from the destroyer. Dick O'Kane and Mush Morton are like, okay, cool, let's fucking set up another run and go sink another one of the ships. And then maybe we can take out this entire convoy. And he's like, Nope, that's too risky. Let's fucking leave. So they dip out. A couple days later, they come up on another Japanese ship. Commander Kennedy opts to dive and sneak up to it underwater. Whatever, I guess. So they sneak up on this ship. They get right on top of it. They're ready to fire torpedoes and sink this fucking thing. And Commander Kennedy's like, nope, we're not going to fire torpedoes. Everybody's completely shocked, like it's just in the crosshairs. All he has to do is say fire, torpedoes away, and they're going to sink this fucking ship. And he's like, no, technically we're in another submarine's AO, so I don't want to like take one of their kills, which is completely fucking ridiculous.
Sir, we won't tell anybody. What difference does it make? We have a perfect shot. Just let us take it.
At this point, Dick O'Kane is fucking furious, and Mush Morton can tell that Dick O'Kane is actually about to go punch the skipper, have mutiny, and try to take over the ship. And Mush Morton just kind of like gives him the signal, like, just fucking calm down. We'll take care of this. I got it. So Dick O'Kane chills for a minute, and they just keep going forward. From here, they go back, they make port, they do the whole mission debrief, the whole 9 yards. Commander Kennedy goes into his boss and is like, things went good. We went out, we sunk a ship. It was good war patrol, huge success, great job. Then he leaves, and then Dick O'Kane and Mush Morton go into his office, and they're like, how do you guys think it went? They're like, yeah, we sunk a ship. We could have sank fucking 10 ships. When asked directly by the Admiral what he thought of Commander Kennedy, Mush Morton responded, and I quote, this man is a yellow-bellied son of a bitch and should be relieved of command. The entire room goes silent. Commander Kennedy gets relieved of command, and now Mush Morton is the commander of the USS Wahoo at 34 years old. Also, while this is going on, Mush Morton and the rest of the crew are catching up on all the news that's been going on while they've been off on this war patrol, and they're finding out about all the atrocities the Japanese are committing in the Philippines, Manila, all over the Pacific theater, how they're killing Americans, how they're torturing innocent civilians, and a hatred for the Japanese grows inside of all of them, especially Mush Morton. And that's partly because he was stationed in Manila for a while. He loved that city, he loved the people there, and now they're under Japanese control and they're being tortured. In addition to that, they received word that Dick O'Kane's former submarine, the USS Argonaut, had been sunk with all 110 men on board. And now he wants revenge too, and under Mush Morton, he's gonna get it. So Mush Morton immediately gets to work getting his crew and the submarine ready for battle. He goes in, has the commander's bed taken off the deck, clears up way more room on deck for everything else that actually needs to fucking be there. He takes the captain's mass book, that little book that the previous Commander Kennedy was writing down every little transgression a sailor did so he could punish them later and didn't forget, throws that shit in the trash, has pin-up posters of hot women put all over the submarine, and has a placard put inside of each bay that says, shoot the sons of bitches. He tells his entire crew, you're not calling me Commander Morton, you're calling me Mush or Dudley. We're leaving rank at the dock. As they're getting ready to set sail, Mush addresses the entire crew. He gives a speech and he basically tells them, look, every trail of smoke, every hit on the sonar, we are going to investigate, and if it is a Japanese ship, we are going to engage and destroy them. This is going to be like no other submarine run that has ever been done, and it's going to be dangerous, and for that reason, I do not want to take anybody that's not a volunteer with me. I've given the yeoman authorization to have you move to a different ship if you want. You have 30 minutes to go report to him. I will have you transferred off my vessel. Nobody's going to judge you for it, but this is your time to get off my ship if you're not a volunteer.
I will help you bear this burden.
You have my sword. And you have my bow.
And my axe.
Nobody leaves. Everybody's fucking pumped. It's game time. January 16th, 1943, the USS Wahoo departs from Australia on its third war patrol and the first war patrol under Mush Morton. As soon as they get underway, Mush Morton continues to change absolutely everything. He does something that is unprecedented. He informs Dick O'Kane, his XO, that he is going to be the one manning the periscope. Okay, that doesn't seem like a big deal. It's a huge deal. Nobody fucking does that. The periscope belongs to the captain of the ship. Okay, nobody touches it except for him. He's the guy looking through the periscope. He's the guy making the decisions. But Mush Morton has a different idea. He wants to be the one sitting back, taking in all of the information. He wants somebody manning the periscope, reporting back to him. He wants the sonar guys reporting back to him. He wants the targeting guys reporting back to him, getting all the information and making the decision. He is essentially going to be the computer, not the sensing objects. This is what is going to allow Mush Morton to focus on the overall big picture of the complete battlefield and not get tunnel vision inside the tiny viewpoint of the periscope. And again, it still kind of seems like, okay, that's not that big of a deal, but to all the officers involved, this shows an unprecedented, never before seen amount of trust that Mush Morton is putting in the officers beneath him. And it is a level of the ability to delegate that nobody has ever seen before. Now, the mission that the USS Wahoo's been sent on is a reconnaissance mission. You got to realize the chain of command probably didn't want to give Mush Morton some big, dangerous mission on his first go. They're going to give him something easy. Go do some recon, you know, establish yourself as a leader, get some experience under your belt, and then we'll send you out to go do some dangerous stuff. But as Mush Morton said, if we see an enemy, we're going to sink an enemy. He's out to set a tone, not to spy on people. So he is sent out to a place called Wewak Harbor off the coast of New Guinea. This area is deep inside of Japanese-held territory. They have airstrips, harbors, supply lines. It is a Japanese hub in the Pacific at this point in time. And because of that, they haven't been able to get a lot of aerial reconnaissance or any reconnaissance at all. So they don't even have a good layout of the geography. And that's what the USS Wahoo is supposed to be doing. On their way there, a member of the crew comes up to, you know, the XO and the commanding officer, Mush Morton, and is like, sir, this is going to sound dumb, but I think I have something that might help us. This crew member, while they were in Australia on leave, had went out and purchased a children's geography book, like an atlas, and he was going to take it back home and give it to his kids as a souvenir. And inside of this atlas, there was pretty detailed maps of Wewak Harbor. And they were actually like significantly better, more detailed, and showed islands that the US military maps didn't even have on them. So now Mush Morton finds a guy in his crew that was an amateur photographer that has some experience with this type of stuff and gets him to be able to project the two maps over each other and get them to scale, and recreates a new, more detailed, more accurate map of Wewak Harbor. And just like that, mission accomplished. That was the whole objective that they were being sent out to go do, and they're already done. Side quest, let's go fuck shit up. January 24th, 1943, the USS Wahoo sails straight into Wewak Harbor, gets within 30 miles of a Japanese airstrip, on the surface traveling 20 knots. They're not even submerged. Now, to the crew, this seems crazy. Like, okay, we had Commander Kennedy that was way too conservative, and now this guy's a complete 180 and he's being a little bit reckless. But Mush Morton realizes that the water here is so shallow, they're only going to be able to dive to 90 feet. So even if they were submerged and an aircraft flies over, they're still going to be able to see the submarine under the water. So there's no point in traveling at 3 knots when you could be traveling at 20 knots if you're visible either way. So if you can't be sneaky, you might as well be fast. So they're hauling ass on the surface through Wewak Harbor, and they come up on a Japanese destroyer. It's like 4,000 yards away. They look at Commander Mush Morton and is like, sir, you want us to shoot some torpedoes at it? And he's like, absolutely, but let's get right on top of it first. They look at him like he's absolutely crazy. And they're like, what? They're Japanese. They're never going to expect an American submarine to be inside their own harbor this close to take a shot. To which his crew responds, Yeah, I wouldn't expect us to do that either. So they sneak up within 1,700 yards, at which point Dick O'Kane is looking at Mush Morton like, bro, are we gonna fucking take this shot or not? It's a bullseye at this point. And Mush Morton says his new catchphrase, anytime, Dick. They fire 3 torpedoes, 3 hits, break the back of the Japanese destroyer, sink it instantly. Mush Morton then immediately orders a dive. They dive down to 90 feet, slip out of enemy-held territory. 12 hours later, they resurface. Morton cracks open the massive store of booze that he had loaded onto the ship, and they have a party. Then 2 days later, on January 26th, they see smoke on the horizon. Better go investigate what's going on there. So they chase him down. They see a Japanese ship. They dive to periscope depth. They start maneuvering into position, and it's actually 3 Japanese ships in a convoy. It's 2 Japanese freighters and a large transport called the Boyu Maru with no escort. This is a perfect target. Dick O'Kane gets lined up on the first freighter. Mush Morton hits him with the anytime Dick. They fire 2 torpedoes, immediately pivot, fire 2 more torpedoes at the other freighter. The first freighter gets hit with both torpedoes, starts sinking immediately. The second freighter gets hit with 1 torpedo. The other torpedo misses. Now, with the second freighter only hit with 1 torpedo, it's not enough to actually sink this ship, but it slows it down. But the freighter does something unexpected. It turns directly towards the USS Wahoo. It's going to try to ram the sub and cut it in half. Mush Morton doesn't panic. He just grins and says, and I quote, shoot that son of a bitch down the throat. Okay, this is unprecedented because a down the throat shot is when you're shooting straight on at a ship. Okay, the ships are arched in the water like this. You have to hit a dead ass bullseye, because if you don't hit it right at the front, it's going to glance off the side and the torpedo's not going to explode and hurt the ship. So this is a low probability maneuver, but this is Mush Morton and Dick O'Kane. As the USS Wahoo's maneuvering to line up this perfect shot, one of the crew members accidentally fires one of the torpedoes prematurely. The Boyu Maru, not the freighter, the transport, sees this coming towards it and veers out of the way for fear that it's coming for it instead. And this exposes the Boyu Maru's entire broadside, at which point Mush Morton and Dick O'Kane are like, fire 2 more right at the broadside of that big ass transport. Fire 2 torpedoes, 2 hits, cripples the Boyu Maru. It's going down now too. Problem, we still got this slow ass freighter coming to cut us in half. So Wahoo lines up this shot again, fires 2 torpedoes at this freighter right down the throat. One of the torpedoes detonates early, and the other torpedo is a direct hit but doesn't fucking detonate. Mush Morton and the Wahoo have just had their first run-in with the infamous Mark 14 torpedo, which in early World War II absolutely fucking sucked. They were going off too early. They weren't going off at all. They were a pile of shit. Mush Morton gives the command. They dive as fast as possible to 100 feet, and the freighter drives right over the top of them and keeps going, trying to get away, traveling at like 3 knots.
I miss you, Mama. Speed, Ricky Bobby's back. What are those things?
The Wahoo resurfaces, but the batteries are drained. They're not going to be able to catch this freighter, so the Wahoo turns its attention to the crippled Boyu Maru, the huge transport, fires 2 more torpedoes. Another one's a dud. The other one detonates right below the smokestack, breaking the entire back of the ship. This ship is full of Japanese soldiers, sailors, and Indian POWs, and they all start diving off this ship as it rapidly starts sinking. From here, the USS Wahoo's on the surface. They've got the generators running, trying to recharge the batteries. They're going to chase down this freighter later, and Mush Morton makes the most controversial decision of his entire career. The crew of the Boyu Maru manages to get about 20 life rafts out and floating on the water, and Mush Morton, realizing that his standing orders are unrestricted submarine warfare, makes the decision that he's going to go out and take out all of those life rafts. They are in enemy territory. These guys are going to get picked up by another ship. They're going to get taken into Guadalcanal, and all these Japanese soldiers are going to be used to kill American Marines, and Mush Morton's not about to let that shit happen. So he pulls up next to all these life rafts and has his crew get up on the deck with a bunch of Tommy guns. Now, are you allowed to shoot at the crew of a downed ship? No, you're not. That's a war crime. However, you are allowed to shoot at the life rafts that they're inside of. And that is exactly what the crew of the USS Wahoo does. They open fire on these life rafts, trying to pop them, dismantle them, and that way these guys are going to be lost at sea. But the people on the life rafts start returning fire, at which point they're now enemy combatants and they're fair game too. Now, the extremely unfortunate side of this is that on that ship there were British Indian prisoners of war as well, and they are caught up in the crossfire. Now, we don't know exactly what happened, but we do know in hindsight that the Boyu Maru had about 1,100 men on board, and during the entire engagement, from the torpedoes hitting, the explosions from that, the sinking of the ship, the elements, drowning, and the gunfire, approximately 282 people died, both Japanese soldiers and POWs. Japan would later use this incident as propaganda as a justification, saying that America was all a bunch of violent war criminals and that we were not abiding by the rules of war. And because of that, a lot of anti-war people would buy into the propaganda and also agree that Mush Morton was in fact a war criminal. Now, was this a war crime by today's standards? Maybe. Was it a war crime by World War II standards? Absolutely not. Not even fucking close. And you know what? Even if it was, guess what else is a war crime? Attacking Pearl Harbor, okay? Don't start none. There won't be none. Talk shit, get hit. Okay, and that absolutely sucks. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it. I'm not trying to be insensitive, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles, okay? In war, sometimes good men have to do bad things to bad men to keep those bad men from doing bad things to good people, and that's just fucking how it goes. War sucks. After the crew of the Wahoos finishes shooting at everybody that was shooting at them and destroying the life rafts, they've got enough energy in the batteries, they start chasing down this last ship. And by the time they catch up to it, another freighter has caught up to it, trying to help this one out, and now they have two targets again. Problem, the USS Wahoo only has 4 torpedoes left, so they line up the shots, they fire 2 at one freighter, 2 at another, end up breaking the backs and sinking both of them. At this point, the USS Wahoo is out of torpedoes. They are out of ammunition only 23 days into this war patrol, when the average war patrol lasts like 70 days. So they're out here kicking ass. They have no other option but to head back towards Pearl Harbor. On their way there, they run across another Japanese convoy with no escort.
What is that?
Now you got to realize at this point, this is the most successful war patrol in American history, all right? They went out, they sank 5 ships in 23 days, and they're out of ammo. Might as well put a cherry on top, right? So he comes up with a plan. They're going to rush into this convoy, force them to scatter. He's going to pick off the slowest one, and they're just going to track it down and fire the 5-inch deck guns at it till they sink that one too, trying to make their total 6 ships in one war patrol. And the plan starts to work. They go in, convoy breaks up just like Mush Morton thought it would. He picks off the slowest one, starts chasing them down, firing the 5-inch guns. He's going to sink this ship with the 5-inch guns. And then 10 minutes into firing with the 5-inch guns on this ship, a Japanese destroyer shows up, and they have no way of fighting a Japanese destroyer at this point. So they are forced to submerge and run. So they head back to Pearl. They sail into the harbor on February 7th, 1943 with a gigantic broom on top of the ship near the flag, symbolizing a clean sweep. They had sunk, or they believe they had sunk, every Japanese ship that they came across. Okay, this is huge. This is unprecedented. At this point in time, 1943, it's early in the war. America in the Pacific has just taken L after L, ass whooping after ass whooping. There's been no good news coming out of the Pacific. And then here comes the USS Wahoo sailing in, symbolizing a clean sweep with the most successful submarine war patrol of all time. Despite the fact that the submarines are literally called the Silent Service and we don't usually talk about them, they are basically forced to push this out as headline news for propaganda purposes to show that the Americans are doing something on the Pacific front. And because of this, Mush Morton and the USS Wahoo become famous almost overnight. Mush Morton and the crew are actually allowed to give interviews to the journalists and take pictures of the USS Wahoo, which is absolutely unprecedented for submarines at this point in time or in general. On top of that, Mush Morton gets awarded the U.S. Navy Cross and the Army Distinguished Service Cross, both of which are the second highest award in each branch, seconded only to the Medal of Honor. And the USS Wahoo receives a Presidential Unit Citation. From here, the crew gets a little bit of R&R. They get the ship refitted, reloaded, and they are back out on the sea on February 23rd, ready to kick ass. And Mush Morton now, he feels vindicated. He knows that his tactics are working. That was the best submarine run they've ever had, and it came from him being hyper-aggressive, so he's going to get even more aggressive. From here, he designates commando squads, basically boarding parties, the dudes that are going to board enemy ships with guns and take shit over if it comes to that, with his tactic of being hyper-aggressive. Now, he never actually gets to use these commando squads, but A, it highlights how aggressive he's willing to be, and B, this also sets the groundwork and the framework for other commanding officers to do the same, like Eugene Lucky Flucky and the crew of the USS Barb, when their commando squad became the only Americans during World War II to set foot on mainland Japan when they placed an IED on train tracks and blew up a fucking train. Not only that, but Mush's mission is to sail into the Yellow Sea. He is going to be the first submarine commander to do this during World War II. The Yellow Sea is exceptionally dangerous because the average depth is only 120 feet, meaning that the submarine is not going to have much luck diving deep trying to avoid depth charges if it comes to that. But it is absolutely full of Japanese ships for that exact reason. So they make their way into the Yellow Sea, and on March 19th, 1943, they detect a freighter, and Mush Morton was given a couple of a new type of torpedo that's not loaded with TNT. It's loaded with something called Torpex that is apparently 50% more effective than TRT, and it's time to try one out. So they chase this freighter down, line up the shot, and Mush Morton orders firing only one torpedo, trying to conserve as much ammo as possible. One torpedo takes off, hits the target, detonates, sinks the ship in a matter of minutes. About an hour later, they pick up another ship on radar. They chase it down, they sneak up on it, they fire two torpedoes, not Torpex, just the regular TNT ones. One hits, detonates, blows a hole in the ship, but not enough to sink it. Second one hits, fucking dud again. These goddamn Mark 14 torpedoes are pissing Mush Morton off. They circle back around, they fire two more torpedoes, another dud, and the other one veers off course. At this point, they spot the USS Wahoo, start firing shells at it. They are forced to submerge and retreat. These torpedoes are becoming the bane of Mush Morton's existence. He just wants shit to work. Later that day, they spot another freighter, sneak up on it, fire three torpedoes, sink that one in a matter of minutes too. Then that night, they spot another freighter, and this one is huge. It is 6,500 tons, the Nido Maru. They sneak up on it, fire torpedoes, sink it in 3 minutes flat. Later that night, they find another freighter filled with coal for the Japanese war effort, sneak up within 1,000 yards of it, fire a single TNT torpedo, blow that one up as well, bringing their total to guaranteed 4, potentially 5 ships in a single day. Very next morning, March 24th, they come up on another freighter. They fire 3 torpedoes. 2 of them are duds. 1 veers off course. They swing the sub around. Mush Morton's pissed. These torpedoes aren't working. Fires 2 more torpedoes from the after tubes. One of them hits, dud, and then by this point, the ship is already aware and they evade the 5th torpedo. By this point, the ship starts firing on the USS Wahoo. They are forced to dive and evade it. They track it for a little while. Then, once they think they're gone, they resurface, chase it back down again. They fire 3 more torpedoes. One of them is good, and it hits, and it blows up, breaks the back of this ship, sinks it in a matter of minutes. A couple hours later, they're in an area where their radar is being jammed, but they're just operating off a periscope and lookouts, and they end up spotting a Japanese ship off in the distance. They chase it down, fire 2 torpedoes. Both of them prematurely detonate. Now at this point, the USS Wahoo only has 2 torpedoes left, at which point Mush Morton doesn't want to waste them if he doesn't have to on this ship, so he kind of looks over at Dick O'Kane on the periscope and is like, hey Dick, do they got any guns on the deck of that ship? And Dick's like, not a single one, at which point Mush Morton's kind of like, Mush Morton orders them to surface the ship. They're gonna sink this motherfucker with the deck guns. They roll up and just start unloading on this ship with the 4-inch guns and the 20mm guns, punching this thing full of holes. It's dead in the water and burning. While this is going on, another Japanese freighter rolls up, and these guys have guns, so they think they're gonna fight back. They start shooting at the USS Wahoo. USS Wahoo starts shooting back with the 5-inch and 20mm guns and wrecks that ship too. Obviously, this is not as effective as a torpedo, but over the course of a couple hours, both of these freighters end up sinking. Next day, they come across this little fishing ship, but this fishing ship has this comically large communications array on it, and they're like, that's a fucking scout. So they go, they engage, they open up on it with the deck guns, and at this point, they're so close, they're hammering this little ship, but this little fucking ship just will not sink. Mush Morton sends up the commando crews, but the ship is too rough for them to actually board it. So these guys run back down into the sub, they go into the galley, they grab a bunch of liquor bottles and make homemade Molotov cocktails and start throwing the Molotovs onto this fishing ship. This little ship was just taking so much fire, Mush Morton eventually decided, like, okay, I've wasted enough ammo on this thing, it's dead in the water, we've destroyed the communication array, we're just gonna move on. 3 days later, they come across 2 more little ships. They open up with gunfire. They spend over 500 rounds on these 2 little boats, and they just won't sink, but they're dead in the water and they're burning, so they move on again. That night, they're almost out of ammo for the deck guns. They've only got 2 torpedoes left, and they're figuring, okay, we're probably just gonna head back to Pearl Harbor, get some more ammunition. And then at 3 o'clock in the morning, they pick up a freighter on the radar. They track it till dawn. That morning, they line up their shot, fire their last 2 torpedoes, and sink that ship too. From here, they make their way back to port. They signal to Pearl Harbor their tally that they have wrecked or sank 9 enemy vessels, to which Pearl Harbor replies, congratulations, the Japanese think that there is an entire wolf pack operating in the Yellow Sea. If you don't know, that means that the USS Wahoo just fucked up so many enemy ships that the Japanese think that there's an entire fleet of submarines operating in the Yellow Sea, not just Mush Morton and the USS Wahoo.
Don't really remember how many. Maybe 1.
On their way there, they actually get orders they're not going to go to Pearl Harbor. They're just going to go to Midway, pick up more ammunition, and go back on their 5th war patrol. Once they get to Midway, do the full debrief. Morton ends up getting a 2nd Navy Cross for heroism, and Dick O'Kane ends up getting a Silver Star. But then, both of them get blindsided by one of their fellow officers, a guy by the name of McMillan. Now, this guy's been in submarines quite a bit longer. He's like 4 years older than Mush Morton. He's 8 years older than Dick O'Kane, and this guy's basically just butthurt that he's not running the show. So he tells Vice Admiral Charles Lockwood, oh, the missions were chaotic and they were poorly planned and things could have went better than they did, to which Mush Morton basically replies, the mission speaks for itself. It's literally the most successful war patrol of any submarine in World War II at this point, and the 2nd most successful war patrol of any war patrol in all of World War II. They were only beaten later on by the USS Tang when it was under the command of Dick O'Kane. So McMillan basically gets told to eat a dick and shut the fuck up. From here, Vice Admiral Charles Lockwood starts referring to Mush Morton as Mush the Magnificent, and then Mush Morton kind of starts pissing off a lot of other officers. One, he's getting a bunch of press coverage. Everybody's getting jealous. The spotlight's on him. The highest guy up in submarines, Lockwood, absolutely loves him. And then on top of it, Mush Morton writes a scathing letter about how ineffective these torpedoes are and how it needs to get fixed. And at this point in time, you got to realize the United States Naval Committee in charge of like the armament of ships basically has come out and said, no, there's nothing wrong with the Mark 14 torpedo. You guys just aren't good at using them, which is complete bullshit. Every submarine commander and any dude that used a torpedo in World War II acknowledges that they're a giant piece of shit. But now that this is coming from Mush Morton, the most successful submarine commander and one of the most famous war heroes of World War II, it starts making a lot of waves and pissing off a lot of high-ranking officers because now they're getting in trouble. Regardless, the Wahoo gets restocked, refitted, and sets off on its next war patrol on April 25th, 1943. This time they're getting sent up to the Aleutian Islands because apparently there's a huge Japanese fleet up there and they want the USS Wahoo to go distress the enemy.
Devil boats?
I got you.
It's
better if nobody trips. You don't know anything. What are you talking about? I'll take care of it.
So they make their way up there. They identify a Japanese airstrip. Dick O'Kane, going full gung-ho, says we should start shelling this thing with the deck guns. But Mush Morton declines the offer because they're there to sink enemy ships, not announce their presence by firing shells onto an airfield. So they forego that idea. Fast forward to May 4th, they finally come across an enemy ship, and it is an auxiliary seaplane tender with a plane on top of it. Perfectly valid target. So they sneak up on it. Mush Morton gives the order. Anytime Dick fires 3 torpedoes. One of them hits, the other 2 hit, but they're duds.
God damn it!
The ship's damaged, but not enough to sink it. They start firing rounds in every direction, throwing depth charges everywhere. They don't even know where the Wahoo is, and they start trying to make their getaway. At this point in time, it's broad daylight. If they want to be able to take this thing out, they're going to have to surface and engage it, and it's not worth the risk. This thing's going to be able to fight back too well, and they decide that they're just going to stay submerged and slip away and let this one go. And at this point, Mush Morton, Dick O'Kane, everybody involved is just absolutely furious with these dud torpedoes. So from here, they head south. The weather warms up a little bit, and suddenly there's enemy ships all over the place. From here, they pick 2 freighters that seemingly don't have any sizable escort. They sneak up on them. They realize that the smaller of the 2 freighters is armed, and it is the escort for the other freighter. Despite that, they decide they're going to attack anyways. They open up by firing 6 torpedoes, 3 at each ship. 1 torpedo out of the 6 ends up connecting and actually detonating like it's supposed to, breaks the back of the regular freighter. It starts sinking, and the small escort freighter starts charging the USS Wahoo. Mush orders the emergency dive. They dive down, and the small escort drives right over the top of them, starts dropping depth charges, but they're too deep to actually affect the submarine. They make it out okay. At this point, the crew's starting to get discouraged. Mush Morton's getting pissed. He's got a reputation to uphold. Every time he fires a torpedo, 75% of the time, it's a dud. So at this point, Mush Morton greenlights the idea. They're going to take apart the torpedoes. They're going to throw out the magnetic detonator, and they're just going to set these things to detonate on impact. From here, Mush Morton gives the crew a speech. I'm paraphrasing, but he essentially says, that's it. We're done sneaking around. We're going to get right up close to these guys and punch them in the goddamn teeth with these torpedoes set to impact. Now the crew's getting fired up. They think they fixed the torpedo issue. Captain's not giving up. They're not giving up either. Sure enough, the next morning they spot 2 ships, 1 big-ass oil tanker and a freighter. They go to engage. They fire 6 torpedoes, 3 at each. The 3 fired at the tanker all detonate, blow this thing up, sink it in like under a minute. Out of the other 3, 1 hits, 1 detonates, but it snaps a spine, and that one sinks too. Both ships sink before the crew members can get out to take a picture. Bad news, they've got all kinds of shit popping up on the radar now. There's apparently a bunch of Japanese ships in the area, so they dive down as deep as they can to 300 feet and just try to wait it out. Now they know the Wahoo's in the area and they're willing to fight about it, so Morton has to change up his tactics, be a little bit more conservative. He's going to stay submerged during the day. He's only going to operate above the water line during the night. At this point, they're running out of torpedoes, but they're trying to make the best of it. Then about a week later, on May 12th, they come across 2 more Japanese ships. They go ahead, they line up their shot. Mush Morton gives the order. Anytime, Dick, they fire 4 torpedoes, 2 at each. First set of torpedoes both hit their target, but one of them's a dud. So that ship's injured. The second set fired at the other ship are both either misses or duds again. At this point, Mush Morton's pissed. He orders them to surface the ship. He's gonna drive this torpedo right down this ship's throat. They line up their next shot above the ground. This is gonna fix any depth issues, any targeting issues. They're gonna fire this torpedo, sink this ship, and end this war patrol the right way. They fire the torpedo, direct hit. It's a fucking dud. Mush Morton orders the gun crews to go up. They're gonna finish this ship off with the 4-inch guns and the 20 millimeters. As soon as they open the hatch, that other ship starts firing on the USS Wahoo, and Mush Morton makes the decision that that ship is not worth a single member of his crew. He orders them back in, and they dive down. At this point, all they can do is head back to port. That's exactly what they do. They sail into Pearl Harbor. They do not fly the broom this time. This was not a clean sweep. Mush Morton is absolutely pissed off with their performance, but Charles Lockwood, the commander, is actually pretty happy with it. By the metrics of all the other submarines that are going out right now, this is still a very successful war patrol, but Mush Morton's standards for him and his crew are just that much higher that he's not happy with it at all. Despite that, Mush Morton is issued another Navy Cross, and Dick O'Kane is given another Silver Star. Dick O'Kane is also promoted, and he is going to go get a submarine of his own, and he is going to be the commander of the new submarine, the USS Tang. So Mush Morton gets his new XO. August 1943, the Wahoo sails into the Japanese Sea. Mush Morton wants to implement a new tactic. He wants to open up by firing only 1 torpedo at a time, as opposed to the standard volley of preferably 3, but at a minimum 2. He thinks that this is going to help him conserve ammo and sink more ships per war patrol. And the plan almost immediately proves to be a tremendous failure, not because necessarily it's a bad idea, but because the torpedoes fucking suck. Every time he fires a torpedo, it's either a miss or a dud, and he only fired 1. After attempting to engage multiple ships and all the torpedoes being failures, he radios back to Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor tells him to come back. They end up offloading a bunch of the torpedoes for testing, and Charles Lockwood criticizes his technique, says you need to be firing at least 2, preferably 3 torpedoes, and then he loads the USS Wahoo with the new Mark 18 torpedo that's supposed to be more reliable. And with that, on September 9th, 1943, they take back off into the Sea of Japan, straight into the heart of enemy-held territory on an extremely dangerous mission. We don't know exactly what happened, but by October 5th, 1943, they would signal to Pearl that they had sank 3 ships in the La Perouse Strait. The La Perouse Strait at this time is an extremely dangerous area, heavily fortified by the Japanese, connecting the Japanese Sea to the Sea of Okhotsk. And unfortunately, that transmission on October 5th was the last transmission that the USS Wahoo ever sent. The USS Wahoo was supposed to send another check-in transmission on October 26th, but it never came. With that, Charles Lockwood dispatched planes and ships to check return routes, hoping to find the USS Wahoo disabled but still floating. But they never did. On November 9th, Admiral Lockwood was forced to make the announcement that Wahoo was a month late to its report time and presumed to be lost at sea with all hands. The USS Wahoo remained lost at sea until its wreckage was discovered in 2006. After examining the wreckage and comparing it to Japanese reports from that point in the war, it was determined that the USS Wahoo had sustained some type of mechanical failure or damage before the battle had actually begun, and it was leaking oil, and a Japanese plane managed to spot the oil leak, leading it directly to the silhouette of the submarine under the water. It took 60 depth charges and 40 bombs to sink the USS Wahoo and send it on its eternal patrol. Vice Admiral Lockwood blamed himself. He later wrote that he didn't think the Japanese were smart enough to catch Mush Morton and the USS Wahoo. Both Lockwood and Dick O'Kane spent the rest of their careers advocating that Mush Morton should be posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. Unfortunately, due to the partially successful propaganda painting him as a war criminal, as well as him pissing off a bunch of high-ranking officers over his dissatisfaction with the torpedoes, that would never come to fruition. Dick O'Kane would go on to become the most successful submarine commander in U.S. history and the only man to outperform Mush Morton in a single war patrol. And he credited much of that success to everything he had learned under the command of Mush Morton, the man and the crew that rewrote the book on submarine warfare. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang, out. It's okay. American submariners don't die. They just stay on patrol. I'm not crying. This office is infected with onion cutting ninjas.
That was something. I learned a lot more about submarines today. I still do want to go see the one that's up in Chicago. That need to be a fun thing to go check out at some point. And what's this about devil boats? I'm still not climbing into a submarine. I don't think I mind going inland just to look around just to see one. I would not want to be in one, like, prolonged, though. I definitely wouldn't want prolonged. That does not sound like a good time at all. We have a bunch of double boats. Oh, that's a short one. Save that one for, we can save double boats for another day, I think. Hope you have a good night. I appreciate you hanging out today. I hope you have a wonderful night. Holy, it's like, what is this, 9? What the fuck? It's been really fun today. I didn't even realize that it was like, pushing into 9, or pushing 9 PM here. I didn't realize that. Yeah, if you could stay for the raid, though, I'd appreciate that a whole lot. Let's see, who can I raid? Because I do want to get some stuff fully set up that I didn't have time to do, because I did end up working late last night because of I'm not gonna say there was a fight at work around when I had to get off, but there may have been some disaster that occurred. She's live. That we can send their read off to. You know what? They're playing Doom. Why not raid them? Why not? Makes perfect sense. So, I am going to try and get anything that wasn't set up earlier fully set up and whatnot. But volume down. I'm confused. I didn't hear anything. But what is it? Tomorrow, supposed to be playing some of the first Borderlands with STV. And I'm gonna try and get those last little things set up for that I couldn't get done tonight. Or playing off work last night. Anyways, take care of yourselves, stay hydrated, all the good stuff. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Bye!